Hello, please. Twitch, hello? Hello? There we are. And there's YouTube. Alrighty then. Happy Easter. I found all the eggs. No one else has to now. I found them all. You all have the day off now. You're welcome. I am gonna do some game dev. How do I have 0 viewers on Twitch? I am literally watching my own channel right now. Apparently I'm not real enough for Twitch. Maybe I'm too real. Yeah, we're gonna do some more game dev. Yesterday, I'm back. Wow, already. Welcome in. Happy Easter. Happy Sunday. Yesterday, what did we do yesterday? Basically just a bunch of refactors. We tried to look into that stupid metadata issue that's still a thing. Yeah, didn't do anything about that yet still. I did a little bit more off stream. I don't think I really got anything substantial done. Happy Eggmas. I've never heard it called that. I like that though. Merry Eggmas. Yes, eggnog all around. Game dev all around. Yeah, so we finished a bunch of refactors. Things feel a lot cleaner now. I'm a lot happier with my PCG serialization system, which is now just a generic save system that also has a cache in front of it. So that's nice. It's nice and generic. And we got that working. And then I was just going back through, and I think we have to kind of skip over to the loading flow now. And before that was all handled by the PCG node itself. It was handling loading and stuff. But I think now it's all going to be handled by the terrain chunk, depending on what the terrain chunk wants, which I think will lead to us doing serialization of the terrain chunks as well, which I did have working at one point. But yeah, I've made so many fundamental changes to my base systems that just everything is in some state of broken right now. But that's okay, that's how we roll. We just do iterative development, and that just means everything is iteratively broken at all times. So yeah, let's figure out how we're gonna load stuff. So I was looking into specifically this get desired PCG points function. Now, this is for my colonists to query the world, essentially. This is a part of my procedural terrain subsystem, which maybe I need a better name for that. I don't think that name is necessarily representative anymore. My serialization system used to be in here. I'm glad I got that out of here, because that did not belong here. But what this function does, takes in a location and a radius, and then a set of desired gather types and desired resource types. And it will query the world for at this location within this radius. It's essentially a sphere trace, but I'm reading from disk all these points. Now, some of these are not going to be in disk anymore because I made the decision to treat the ISMCs, Instance Static Mesh Components, as a source of truth. Before they were not. They were just kind of like, almost like a proxy, right? They were just a visual representation. But now, I found out that they actually don't use that much memory. Don't aim for perfect code, just aim for code that you can live with. Yeah, I think, you know, I'm a big believer in perfect is the enemy of progress. And I wish my coworkers agreed more with that. But yeah, totally agree with that for sure. Because like, especially with game dev, like I don't know what I'm doing quite often. And so, you know, step one for me is always just make it work. Just make it work. And then after you make it work, you can clean it up afterwards. And a lot of times for game dev, it's like, you know, I don't know, you're just trying to figure out what works and stuff. So I feel like it's actually pretty optimal in game dev to not make perfect code every time you put something on, every time you put pen on paper, essentially. But yeah, ISMCs. They are now going to hold on to my points. And I think there's actually going to be certain point sets that maybe never get serialized via the cache save subsystem. And I think they'll just get serialized as themselves. Like, I'm sure, let me actually look at this. I'm sure that there is I am seeing it now. Am I? I'm not sure what a cluster node is, but I'm looking for serialization. Built in. Yeah, so we have cluster tree bounds, okay. So the HISM does have a bit of serialization. I don't know, what is the cluster tree? It does not make a call to the super serialize. Build tree if outdated. Oh god, of course, just there's no straightforward serialize function, is there? Bulk serialize. Bulk serialize array as single memory blob when loading. Okay, that's a function on an array. This is a shared pointer to an array. Interesting. That is thread safe. I didn't know you could do that. Does this actually save any of the points? Any of the, I guess it's instances that I'm talking about here. I don't know that that actually saves any of the instances. Let me look at the instance static mesh component. Serialize. Cooked. I'm cooked. Yeah, this seems to serialize the data. Selected instances. Well, that's an editor thing. Yeah. Yeah, per instance, static mesh data, transform. Yeah, I mean, this, I think, does it, but I didn't see the hierarchical static mesh actually call that. Yeah, this one doesn't... Oh, there it is. I'm blind. I'm absolutely blind. It was right there the whole time. Okay, so yeah, we can just directly, I think, call the serialize function on the hierarchical instanced static mesh, and that'll just take care of it for us, which begs the question, is that how I should be serializing the point data? I'm gonna say no, because I still need some extra information about them for when they need to be queried, when they're not loaded. And that information is the desired resource types and gathered types, essentially. And there could be more in the future, so we do need a little bit of extra data. But I do have the overridden, not overridden, the extended HISM here, my own environment item spawner ISMC base, which just rolls off the tongue beautifully. Do I want to do that? Do I want to just change everything? I don't think so. I don't feel like changing things again. But I think what this is going to mean is that when I do this desired PCG points function, I'm going to need to read from both the ISMCs and the serialized point sets. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do both. BOFA Ds. And I think that's what I was exploring when I left this code like this. Yeah, so what are we doing so far in this function? We're getting the terrain chunk size, passing it into this get grid cells within function, which not properly named anymore. But yeah, it's just getting the chunk chords. Let's make that plural. It's getting the terrain chunk coordinates that we need to read from for this query. And then for each terrain chunk, essentially, I think I'm going to store the saves that a chunk has on itself, which I think makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was doing here. I was debating whether I need to struct, because I do have this kind of wonky to work with PCG ISMC map, where it's the key is the save slot name of that PCG ISMC. And the value, it was another map, but that was kind of confusing. A map within a map is not exactly ergonomic. And then we have the static mesh of the ISMC, and that was pointing to the ISMC itself, ISM. But now I kind of need this, whether or not it's loaded, whether or not the points are loaded into the ISMC, so I know whether or not I can grab them off the ISMC or not. And I guess I should maybe have a the data table row handle here too, to represent the environment item. Because otherwise, yeah, even if I do have the ISMC, if I don't have that, then I am going to have to read the data from disk. Which, for some of the points would be suboptimal. I think that would be good. I think that would be good. Now, where do we put, you know, when do we update that? Where do we put that? Yeah, of course, when we're adding the ISMC, that makes sense. Where are we doing that from again? Yeah, when we're spawning it. So when we're spawning it, do we have which environment item row handle it is? I feel like I should. Perhaps not. It's quite simple, really. Do I not? How am I saving this? Dude, I literally just did this yesterday and I've already forgotten everything. I've learned nothing but still forgotten everything. Where is the, I think this is all in the, yeah, okay, yeah, it's in here now. I forgot, I moved it. Populate save object with output data. Beautiful. Where are we calling you from now? Well, from within the terrain chunk. Okay, I see. Now, I think... yeah, I don't think we're doing anything anymore with the... oh, we have environment item descriptors. Okay, here it is. Here it is. I'm kind of feeling like I should split up the save files a little bit more, actually. But that might be... that's just like more to load from disk, right? I mean, like there's got to be just some inherent overhead of loading multiple files versus just one, right? So maybe just having it in a single file is a little bit more efficient. Unless, of course, I don't need all the points, right? That's where it would be more efficient to have them in individual files based off of the resource types and gather types and stuff. Oh boy. Yeah, so I think I just need to, from here, save container. We have the ISMC. We add the save slot name from the PCG node, which maybe we don't, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. This isn't what I'm supposed to be looking at. This guy right here. And I really could make this an interface. I have a bias against interfaces, though. I never like to use them, but this may be one example where it's actually, it would be good to have it. So I don't need the this node isn't so tied to the notion of a terrain chunk. But yeah, I think maybe, yeah, I don't think I need to have the save name on the node anymore. So that's another thing. Let's do a to-do here. I don't want to do this right now. To do, get rid of save name on node and move to terrain chunk. Because it really, there's no notion of saving now from this node at all, so it doesn't make sense anymore. Save and cache PCG save container. Okay, so I guess we just need to do some additional setup on the ISMC. Find or add. I think we'll just keep that there for now, and then let's just like let me open up the def here. Save slot name. Yeah, I think we want the we want a. Would it just be a data table row handle? What would it be? What would it be? This guy. We want this guy. Which, do you have a, what do you have? What do you know here? Environment objects. You just have the data table row handle, which, it is a hard reference to the data table. Love that. Oh, I love that. So, just the entire data table is going to be loaded in there, isn't it? Not sure that I want that. Not sure that I like that. Why does a data table row handle have a hard reference to the data table? Why isn't that a soft object pointer? That seems bad, right? Because that's going to load the entire data table, right? I mean, I guess, I suppose, like, as long as your data table doesn't have hard refs in it itself, it's maybe not that bad. But, like, a data table could have, like, a lot of rows. It could have thousands, tens of thousands of rows, right? So, I mean, why? Why? Do I need to make my own data table row handle? Do I need to, yet again, make my own Unreal Engine shit? Oh, boy. Here I go again. I don't know. We'll leave it like this for now. I don't know. I feel weird about this though. Like that's a weird. Can I make this a soft pointer somehow? Is there a soft struct pointer or some shit? I guess let's just roll with it for now. We'll just roll with it for now. If it becomes a problem, we'll just do some profiling and see. We'll have to see what our data looks like, what our memory looks like after this change. What are we calling this? Environment item descriptor. I'm calling it the spawner descriptor. And this is a struct within the environment item spawner node. This is the PCG node. And it feels weird to import that into here. It feels weird. But it literally has all the data that I would need. Maybe I just want this. Although in the future I will need this respawn information. Dogs hate one thing, and it's the doorbell. Here she goes. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, let's just roll with it for now. Fuck it. We'll tightly couple everything. We're in the make it work stage, right? Right? Why are you mad at me? Includes, requires. Why? I don't understand why that's an issue. I'll wait till compile time. We'll see if that goes away. So ISMC, environment item descriptor, we need to populate this. And I think we're populating it here in the update mesh instance, right? On the save container we are. So I guess let's move this. Why am I GC scope guarding? Oh yeah, because we're load synchronizing that. Okay, so we got to move this into here, I think. Settings, environment items, find out predicate. Okay, maybe we have to forward that from the node here. Yeah, because I don't want to. The settings doesn't feel like something I should leak to the terrain chunk. The descriptor, ISM descriptor, la 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 la, static mesh. Yeah, I guess that can maybe just become part of the function. Where did I just do that? Yeah, right here. We can maybe just set it directly on the ISMC now from here, actually, because that makes sense, right? That actually makes sense. I don't think we need a scope guard. This should be happening on the game thread. Settings is the wrong settings. It's the wrong type. Hello? Oh, I copied the wrong type. I copied the same thing. Okay. Okay, now we're good. Now we are good. Okay, so the item descriptor. Now let's just throw that directly on the ISMC. We'll do that from within the node. I think that makes sense. Item desk. It's a pointer. Dereference that. Gotta make sure to not dereference a null pointer. Okay, that's good there. Excuse me. Okay, so we don't need to do that there anymore. Update mesh instance now becomes a comical function because it's so small, so we're just gonna get rid of that too. Okay. Okay, so what are we doing here? If we have an instance list and it's not empty. Yeah, because we're like filtering out all the empty ones that get added. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Populate save object with output data. This doesn't really do anything anymore. Well, oh, hang on. Do I need to put all the environment item descriptors in here? Where is this used at? Okay, yeah, we are Yeah, we do need it in there, I guess, still. Okay, undo everything I just did. Okay, so this is when we populate it for the save. Yeah, I guess we don't need to do this for every single save, actually. Let me think about this a little bit. So we're adding a single ISMC at a time. And we're creating a new object, a new save container for each one. That's not... I don't think that's what we should be doing. Because there are multiple ISMCs per save container. Now, I guess this is what I was saying before, was like, should I have multiple? Smaller save files? More granular? Storing the data more granularly? I guess that would kind of make the mapping a little easier to follow. And it does match up with what I have here already, so maybe we should just bite the bullet and do that right now. Because before it was like... Yeah, I guess I don't need to do this anymore, because before it was saving a file per node. And a node can spawn multiple types of static meshes, therefore multiple ISMCs. And so I was having all those in a file because that's what made sense at the time. But the node no longer has a notion of serializing, so I'm no longer bound by that notion. I'm free. I'm a free boy. And then yeah, this is just kind of awkward because now we're like creating a save container that has that has the arrays for all of them, but and the point data. Okay, let me think about this a little harder because why? Because of respawning. So part of what I was supposed to be doing here was for respawns. And so this whole point set for this node can have multiple static meshes. Some of the points don't have any. And they're just empty points, but they can be chosen when a respawn happens. So I guess that's why that's happening here. So I guess I do want some way to tie them all together into a point set. Maybe I should have them as the same in the same save file. God, there's so many different ways to skin this cat. What do I do here? What do I do here? I wish I could boot up the engine right now, but we're in a state where I can't do that. So, okay, pros and cons. We have two. Should I get paint out? Get paint out. Paint. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so we have... Oh, that's in literally all black. Okay. So we have store PCG points in single file, multiple ISMCs. That's one option. Okay, that's just going to be like that. Store PCG points in single file, multiple ISMCs. Store PCG points per ISMC. Multiple files. So this would be like more granular data. Can query the world. I'll say colonist world query more efficient, I would say. Multiple ISMCs. Respawning would need to consider all of these points as a single point set anyways. And also, if we go with multiple files, we would need a way to connect them together, right? We would need a way to say, yeah, for when a respawn happens, here's all the points that should be considered. So yeah, how would we tie point sets together for respawn consideration? We would need it would need to have like some sort of ID or something. So that gets a little more awkward if we do it that way. Excuse me, that way. This is a little more awkward just to work with, because I would have to load the whole file, even though I may not need all of the points. And I guess right now I would need to load all of them anyways. So with what I have right now, there's no difference in loading. It's just the granularity is the only difference. So I have the notion of resource types and gather types for these points. I might need to go get a sweater. It's a little chilly. I like it, but I may need a sweater. It's nice and raining where I'm at today, which I actually love dreary, rainy days. I know, I'm crazy. I'm weird. It's so cozy. It's so cozy. But anyways, I think I would kind of want to store these a little bit more intelligently. A follow, thank you, Maddie with a bunch of numbers. Welcome in. We're discussing some options here for how I should do my PCG point serialization with respect to a couple different things. One, we need to query these serialized points. They may be unloaded at runtime, and I may need to read them from disk when, you know, the player's on the other side of the world. Something like that. So I may need to query them. They have some data. These PCG points have some data tied to them, so I do need to know, you know, what their gather types and resource types are, so I can query them and get the right ones. I also we need to consider respawning, because I do want these points to like regrow, right? If it's a tree or something. Okay, so I guess I kind of have to like optimize for one or the other. The colonist querying would want multiple files. How am I? I'm doing well. How are you? Respawning would want it as a single file. I'm not doing anything with respawning yet though. I think regardless of which one I choose, I do want to like tag the files with like what the resources are, so that I maybe don't even have to load some. And that's not too much data to hang on to during runtime. And that would make the whole system a little bit more efficient, so. Yeah, how would we tie point sets together for respawn consideration? Yeah, there would need to be some sort of ID. And let me look at the spawner. So, should reselect static mesh. I do have somewhere. Can you try my game? Not right now. So I do have these guys. Where am I? Environment to object. Yeah, I should have respawn settings in here. Right? No. Okay, so I guess my respawn settings are only on that other struct I was looking at. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be thinking about respawning yet because I haven't done anything for it. Okay, I keep trying to think about the future, and I guess that's what's slowing me down here. I feel like just keeping it as a single file would... That's how I have it now, so even though it doesn't quite make sense with what I have, maybe I should just stick with that. But then that begs the question, what do I do about this situation? Because this ain't right. Because we're saving multiple save files for a single file, essentially. I guess this would be overriding it, the save name. I'm populating the save object with output data. This should probably be being done up front. Yeah, I think maybe what needs to happen... I have this to do here. I think maybe what needs to happen is when PCG is done generating, then that's when I save it. But here is like each time an ISMC is added, I determine whether or not I should add instances to it or not. And if I don't do that, then I need to store them somehow. I guess I need a save container. I need a set of save containers in the terrain chunk to write to. Yeah, what do I want to do here? Because this is a little awkward. Okay, let me think here. So I can have something like a tmap of fstring, which is the save file name, to save container. Save containers. View property, sure. And then what would the ISMC map be? I would probably want another F string. That would be the safe. Maybe I should like store these differently. So we have this is save file to a set PCG, fpcg ism info, which is just static mesh to environment item. Yeah, this all feels a little awkward. Okay, so when an ISMC gets added, we need to be like building out these save containers. And so I feel like I almost need a map of ISMC to the save container that it should save to. And then that way I can add the instance list to it. And so that would be something like save containers.finder add ISMC. I guess would that just create a new object? What is the default? Can it just create new pointers? That would be. I'm interested to see what that does. Finder add right. UPCG save container. Yes. There we go. Okay, so we have save container. Populate the save name, and then I guess instead of populate save object with output data. I mean, I guess we're getting all of the mesh instances here anyway. I guess the problem is we're just doing this for every single ISMC when we don't need to. Not that it's that much of a burden anyways. And we don't want to immediately save and cache each one of these, right? We want to do that like... I suppose when PCG is finished, which I do have a function for that somewhere. Finish generating, I think. Yeah. So maybe that's just a part of that now. So I think maybe let's change this function. Oh my god, I need to... I said I needed to clean my mouse out and I didn't do it. Okay, so the environment item descriptor... that's just on the ISMC now. Okay, so then do I even need this anymore? Populate save object with output data. The point data is important. Because that has all of the data. But we're just gonna, that's just gonna be overwriting it, right? Like same with the save slot name. But I guess, yeah, we just clean this up quite a bit. And then I should probably check if this has any instances on it. If it doesn't... I'm already checking for that, though. Yeah, so we're going to be spawning ISMCs that maybe don't have any points. Do I want that? Yeah, maybe we just prevent that altogether. Yeah, if it has no points. Well, I guess the issue with that... Okay, so let me think about that, because we're doing the RNG, deciding which points to spawn, and I guess that could potentially not spawn an ISMC. Yeah, I think we do want the ISMCs to spawn, because, I mean, we may have just not selected any points this time, but when we call for a respawn, we may need that created. So I think we do want that. I'm going to keep that function around, but we're going to get rid of it here. I don't think we need it anymore. And then this, I think we're going to go through here. Finished generating. Now that gets called... Yeah, anytime. Okay, so I only want that when PCG finishes generating, actually. So I think we need to have two different functions here. So let's call this PCG finish generating. Okay, so this one, we don't need that payload anymore. Okay, we're good there. On PCG finish generating, yeah, we're just going to iterate through the save containers, which can be private. Save containers for each save container. Well, it's going to be an entry for each entry. Entry dot value. Yeah, this. Okay, so PCG finished generating, and then we'll call finish generating there to maintain the existing functionality. I think that's all we should need to do there. Yeah, so until all of the points are done generating in the PCG node, or no, for the entire chunk, so multiple PCG nodes, we are not going to save the data. Save and potentially unload the data. Okay, this feels good now, but let's do something about this PCG ISM map that I left in progress. Which is what? What do I want to do here? Load cold ISMCs. Okay, so primarily I'm just using this get ISMC Again, I guess save slot name and static mesh are the unique identifier. Yeah, I did have this. This is what I had before. A tmap of U static mesh. I guess it was soft object path to environment blah 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 blah. I don't think it likes U property, and I don't think it needs to, because they should be added on the actor. So I don't think we need a U property to keep them there. But yeah, that's what I did have. And this still works. Now, why was I wanting to change that? Because when I'm querying for points on this chunk, I need to query both the ISMCs and the saves. So I wanted some additional data for like whether or not an ISMC was loaded or unloaded. So let's think about that for a second. Yeah, I guess here I should know whether or not it's loaded or unloaded. How do I want to store that though? I guess we could let's just put a flag on here. Yeah. Let's just put a flag on here. That's easy. Visible anywhere, just so we can see it for debugging. Will be loaded. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I like that. I like that. Be loaded. Chow Chow Bay. Why you not use try and catch? Where and why? Would be my question. Not sure where that would apply for me here. Okay, so maybe, yeah, maybe I don't need this struct anymore. Friendship ended with struct. Okay, so we will have whether or not it's loaded. Now I'll need to update this when I do cull PCG ISMCs. PCG ISMC map. Clear instances, yeah, and then we'll want to do this to false. There, yeah. And maybe I should, no, this is fine, this is fine. I'd rather be explicit about it. Okay, so we have whether or not they're loaded. So whenever I'm querying a terrain chunk, maybe I should put some of this function on the terrain chunk itself. Well, all this assumes a save container exists, which it may not. Okay, so if an ISMC should spawn instances, all of everything in the save file will be spawning instances as well. So there's just not going to be a save container for the stuff that's loaded. So I am going to have to reconcile that. So there's actually kind of two different sources, which is making this a little, which would make this a little difficult. Just a little wonky, really. So really just what I need is this mesh instance list. Yeah, should I put the instance list on the ISMC as well? Just to make it more similar? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Just call it instance list. And then we'll make sure to populate that here too. Save container mesh instance list. We can put that in the, where is my node? Where is my node? Here. We can do that here. Okay, I like that. That feels good. So now, interesting. So now actually all the points are going to be in memory because of that. That's not, this isn't my code. Why was I doing that? Okay, maybe I don't want that. Because that would keep all the point data in memory. Yeah, maybe I actually don't want that. I am trying to optimize memory here, so... Okay. Change plans. Yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. So I guess then... this function just gets more complicated. Yay! My comms, hang on, are my comms okay? I'm seeing a lot of like, hang on, let me listen to myself real quick. Yeah, I think we do want the ISMCs to spawn. Because, I mean, we may have just not selected any points this time, but when we call for a respawn... Why does my audio reset all the fucking time? So I think we do want that. Finish generating? Yeah, we're just going to... I mean, it's fine, I just think the... Okay, so this is when we... My like, what is it? The noise cancellation isn't on or something. Whoops. Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Why can I not, this is so weird. What happened here? Do I just need to restart this? Hang on. Okay, we're gonna troubleshoot audio live here. This is gonna be fantastic. Okay, now I can edit it. So dumb. Yeah, is my noise cancellation back? Yeah, it's on. Okay. Okay, comms check one more time. Okay, now I can edit it. So dumb. Because that would keep all the point data in memory. Finish generating. Yeah, we're just going to. Okay. I don't know what, like, I hate audio. Okay, now I can edit it. I hate audio. I also hate my own voice. Like, actually turn the EQ down. Okay. Okay, now the noise cancellation's here. Okay, that was a side quest. We completed it. We're good now. Yeah, so we need to query some points that are both in ISMCs and also in save files. So I guess we need to check. We need to go through and check for any existing save files. Any existing ISMC spawners, bases, things. I guess I want to clear this this save containers after that, so I don't want those to stay in memory here. They're going to be taken care of by the cache after that. Well, we'll see how that works. Maybe that'll cause some issues. Yeah, I'm just kind of struggling to think of, like, how do I want to? I mean, I know how I can, but how do I want to query both the ISMC spawner bases and the like the loaded and unloaded ones, right? This is getting to be a little nasty, this function here. And with what I have now, it's only going to get nastier. Yeah, so when I'm loading here, get or load PCG saves. Are we awaiting? We are, okay. This maybe should be a parallel 4, although that would make the await not work. There's a better way to do this for sure. There's a better way to do that. Should I just do a collision trace as well? Because technically that would work now. It's so weird, I get to consider collision now. Oh, it's so exciting. I don't know, that feels weird. I don't know, that feels weird though, to like mix that. And maybe I don't want that in the future, so... I'd rather not rely on collision if I don't have to. And I don't have to. And it's also in a background thread, so that's already not good for collision traces. Yeah, so maybe we just... Maybe this get or load PCG saves is something that's done from the terrain chunk. And we just go like terrain chunk... get what are we getting essentially? We're getting the what do we end up needing here? We need the environment object, which we have on the ISMC, so that's easy. And then we need the PCG point data index. But the ISMC is not going to have one of those. It is only going to have the instance index. Okay, so really we just need this point container is what we need. So we just need the terrain chunk to output a list of these. Chunk coordinate mesh instance list index. That kind of goes along. Let's put that up by the point index. That kind of goes along with that. Point dot transform. Point bounds. Environment object, distance, chunk coordinate, the save container that it came from, potentially. So that could be like a null pointer, right? Okay, so here's what we're going to do, I think. Yeah, I need to take all this and put it into the terrain chunk, I think. And then the terrain chunk can load its ISMCs if it needs to. Okay, so I guess let's just copy this whole thing. Okay. Alright, this function gets prettier, but now we gotta put one on the terrain chunk that's not so pretty. Yeah, now the terrain chunk class is getting a little large here. Yeah, where do I want to put this? I feel like we should put it next to get PCG ISMC, but that's in the header file, so let's put this down here. I think right here is good. Let's make a function body for it first. Terrain chunk, and this is going to be get PCG point container, something like that. I will need this out result. And I guess I need to forward that. Okay. Okay, so we have the out result. That needs to be a ref. We need the desired types. Const reference, why not? It doesn't matter. And then I guess I need to go through the saves that this terrain chunk has. So now I need to just store I need an array or a set. We'll just make it a T set. F string. Save names. And then I'll need to make sure to this is going to be a serialized list. We will need to keep that. Wait, did I ever put it in there? There we go. Yeah, we did find or add. Yeah. Now, yeah, we're not going to have that for any loaded ISMCs. Okay, and I guess I don't need to like iterate through a bunch of ISMC points if I know that it's not the right ISMC. But I do need to load all the save containers as of right now, because I don't know what kind of points they represent. So first thing, let's just do a for each on do I want to do the ISMC map? I don't know that I need to do that. I just need all of the environment item spawner ISMC bases that exist on this component. Can I not do this? Wait, why can't... Wait, what? I'm confused. Is there not a get components by class? Am I dumb? Dude, I swear I have used this all over the place. Get component by class. Am I being dumb right now? I feel like I'm being super dumb right now. There's no way it's that K2 node. I am on an actor. Get components. Yeah, there's a type. Oh, I have to put the array in there too. That's what it is. Okay, I thought it was get components by class. Didn't it used to be that? Did they change it? Or am I just dumb? I think I might just be being dumb, right? Okay, for each ISMC and ISMCs, we can do the same check. Maybe, ow, fuck. Maybe I can throw this into a little lambda. Is desired point set taking in one of these boys. If environment object it's valid if how do I return environment object and environment objects and then we basically just have to change this. If this one is not empty, yeah, flip the conditions, or this one is not empty. Okay. ISMC. Let's actually type the right letters here. Yeah, that. There we go. Cool. Cool. So now we have whether or not the ISMC is valid. So now we don't have to search through all of the points on every ISMC. Good. This part's gonna stay the same. Oh god, we gotta do the fucking distance shit. Do I actually use that anywhere? Yeah, we do output the closest point, don't we? So literally, we're just creating a copy of this function on each terrain chunk. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're doing. Okay. Might as well just name it the same thing. Might as well name it the same thing. Did I not just create? Oh, I did fix with AI. Can you create the declaration for me too? Come on, writer. You're better than that. So these are private. Clean it up a bit. I think that's right. Okay. Okay. Save container. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, this is all just the same. And now I need to like basically do the same thing within here. Do an early out there. ISMC. We are going to need to ISMC get instance get num instances. Yeah, so I think we just for I here. Get num instances. Save, do it in 32, and so then I need to it'll be f transform we'll call this point equals ISMC get instance isn't it get instance transform at I, right? Out instance transform. Okay, yeah, we can do it that way too. Call it point transform. And we do want world space. So I gotta set that too. Okay. Grab me this. Ooh, instance index. I really need this to be instance ID. Would honestly be much better for me. Yeah, I should make the I need this to be IDs. Indices is not going to be that. So if you all haven't worked with an instance static mesh component before, there's two different ways that they can store their points, their not points, their instances. One of which, and I think this is like kind of like the old way, is just by index. And it still does this by default. And so every instance on the instance static mesh component is just an index. And so you can't store that index post editing the ISMC, because when you add, or rather when you remove an instance from an ISMC, then the indices all change. So you can't, it's kind of a volatile index, right? You can't rely on it. And I am going to be removing things from these, so I need it to be stored by an ID. And so there is an internal ID, but I know that there's some like conditions that need to happen for that to be the case. And I think maybe like the first, like if you just add a bunch of instances, I think it just by default stores them by ID. But then once you remove one, it's like, or it by default stores them by index. And then it's like once you remove one and it realizes that it needs to be like reordered and stuff, then it stores by ID. So I may want to look into that and see if I can just kind of force that to happen ahead of time, so I can always rely on that ID rather than indices like this, which is kind of bad. And that's a part of the instance static mesh component here. And so instance ID, yeah, primitive instance ID is what we're talking about here. Yeah, maybe I should use this function here rather than add instances. Preliminary ID-based interface may only be used if no other manipulations are performed that cause invalidation of IDs. For example, cannot be used on HISM. Wait, why? Wait, do I not? Can I not use instance IDs? Wait, why not? Is it because of the culling that happens? Uh-oh. Does that actually remove the instances? Okay, Houston, we may have a problem. Okay, so the hierarchical instance static mesh will view distance call the instances, but I thought that I just assumed that that meant that it was just turning off the rendering for those instances. It still like maintained those instance, you know, like IDs and stuff in there. It just kind of like didn't render them. But now I'm wondering if it just removes the instances. Which would be a problem for me. It does have this notion of a render index. Let me do some Googling here. Unreal Engine hierarchical instance static mesh instance ID. Static mesh. Don't think that's relevant to me. I get a particular instance. I need to know specifically, yeah, let me look at one versus the other. Tell me about it. What's the difference? Yeah, it includes a lot for instances. Okay, yeah, that only tells me about performance. Per instance ID for static mesh instances. Well, that's not talking about HISMs, are they? Nope, just regular ISMs. Yeah, I'm not finding any information on what I mock me. You need to go outside? Yeah. Okay, I think I need to take my doggos outside. Yeah, you want to go outside. Okay. I'm gonna take the doggies outside real quick, and I will BRB. Grab a sweater while I'm at it. And some water, probably, as well. Burp. Okay, back to work. Yeah, so we were looking into the HISMs and whether or not we can store these by ID. We're just trying to find some more information on them. I hate how there's just very little C++ stuff out there for Unreal Engine. Like, it feels like everyone's using blueprints, so... Is there just, like, some general docs on this? ISIMS does not have the static hierarchy and has to call an LOD each instance on the GPU, which can be expensive on lower powered platforms. If your project only uses Nanite, then ISM is always the choice since Nanite has its own culling and LOD system. Okay, so maybe that's our out there. Maybe that's an important statement. I think I do have... of course, I don't have the editor open because we're in a borked state here. Yeah, I think I do have Nanite turned on for these. So maybe we just make this extend from an instance static mesh. I mean, that's what we need anyway, so why not, right? We'll go with that. It's gonna be an instance static mesh component. It's Nanite, so that should just fucking take care of everything, I guess. Magic, right? That's how Nanite works, right? Okay, and so then maybe we can use the add instances by ID. ISM's edited in the editor. It's by editor. Can I not rely on IDs? I mean, let's just try it. And if things start getting fucky, we'll know where to look. World space, true. Update navigation, probably also true. It does return the IDs, which I don't really care about at that time. Okay, but now that we're iterating over the ISMCs, I don't want the instance index anymore. We're going to change that to primitive component ID, or is it just primitive ID? Primitive instance ID, there we go. Change that to instance ID. Let's actually do the refactor there. Okay, instance ID is now going to equal ISMC get instance ID index or ID. No, we need the other way. Instance ID to instance index map. Didn't I do something about... Yeah, I did something about... I wrapped the ID to do it easier, although I think I can just do this. Although this is the instance ID. What? Hang on. Get instance... per instance IDs. But this is just storing an int. Yeah, so this is deprecated. How do I change an index to an ID then? I can add instance by ID. How do I get? How do I get the IDs? Get component instance data? No. What the frick, man? How do I can I really just not get the IDs from an instance static mesh component? I know that one function returns them, but I don't want to hang on to them. Like, it should have it internally. Yeah, so once again, Unreal Engine docs are no help. They did help there for a second, though, so shouldn't be too hard on them. Just get instance IDs. Maybe it's... Bro. Okay, well that's dumb. Okay, so what am I doing here? I know I created yeah, I did something. Yeah, I did an FISM ID wrapper in order to go from one to the other. But this is for my ECS system. And I'm storing that. I don't want to have to store all these. For instance IDs, again, deprecated. Use the new ID-based APIs. This enables persistence tracking for incremental updates. Yeah. Instance static mesh instance data. That just returns a matrix of transforms, I suppose. This Kevin Zero guy, he's got a lot of cleanup to do. I've seen his name in the source code a lot. Okay, let me just search for F primitive instance ID. It's so weird. They have all these ways to like edit by ID, but you can't just get ID. And they have it going from index to, or from ID to index, but you can't do index to ID, which is what I would need. Oh my god, dude, that's fucking crazy. So what do they do here? Let me see. Add instances by ID. Where are they storing that? I'll go transform. Primitive instance data manager, index to ID. And that's protected. Why isn't that surfaced? Got to be a reason. Am I not supposed to be doing this? I mean, I literally do it in my other one. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna override the instance static mesh component, and we're gonna make our own. Where are we gonna put that though? What folder does that belong in? Utility? Maybe. I don't have a components folder. I would put it in something like that. UI, okay, utility it is. We're gonna add my ISMC. Wait a second. Did I already do this? I did. Oh, I did. Okay. Let's pop this puppy out of this file. I need to reuse that. Come on now. I already did that, and it's working for that case, so that makes me confident that I can use it again. It already exists. Oh, I just need to create the file. Come on. Okay, we'll rename it, I suppose. Okay, now rename that into that. Cool. Import. Okay, now I need to go back to this guy and probably import that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that looks... Oh, we need to copy this one over too. Okay. Okay. My instance static mesh components. Import that. No longer using the HISM. Friendship ended with HISM. Now, my own thing. Friend. Get num instances. Okay, so now we can get the actual fucking ID. ISMC index to ID. There we go. There it is. I. So point index, that is the index in the point data, which we don't have here. Nor do we have the mesh instance list index, so we're not going to set either of those. Point transform is point transform. And so the bounds, ISMC bounds. Is there a per instance bounds? I mean, they're all the same, right? It's all the same static mesh here. Am I good with websites? Sure. Update bound. Yeah, I mean, I think I would just need to get the bound. What am I using this for? What am I using this for? I have a problem with mine. If you can help me, you can feel free to ask whatever questions you'd like. Get bounds radius. Yeah, so I guess we do need bounds here. Yeah, this is for interaction. Yeah, so I guess we just need the bounds from the static mesh, perhaps. Get bounds. I don't know how to connect the front end with the back end. That's kind of a big question. Usually in web development, how you connect the front end and the back end, you need to, the back end needs to have an API, and the actual, like, you know, these are like the endpoints that you're calling from the front end, and you would want to make some sort of HTTP request. But the actual, like, connection that needs to happen, it's very dependent on how you have it set up, so I can't really give you a specific answer as to how you solve your problem. But if they're on the same machine, then you can use, you know, I don't know if this is like a production website or whatever, but if you're just doing it for development on the same machine, you can just use the localhost IP with your endpoints, and then hopefully you use some sort of REST or something framework for your backend, such that it can accept those HTTP requests at a certain endpoint. But if you have them on different machines, I mean, you'll need to get the URLs or IPs and ports for the different machines and make the request that way. Again, this is something that's very, very dependent on how your environment is set up. So I would suggest searching for some things on Google or YouTube as to how to do that. But I assume if you have a front end and back end set up, some of what I said should be already known to you to a certain extent. Get it? We shouldn't be here if there's not an. So I think we can safely dereference that here. We will not have a save container or save slot, so we're not going to add those there either. Yeah, out result, closest point. Yeah, do all that there. Yeah, maybe I can split this into two functions as well. Instance ID. Yeah, do we have this? So this is going to be an interesting one. I don't know that I actually need to maintain the instances indices anymore. Yeah, what do I need these for now? So I'm no longer needing to translate between the two, like, at runtime. Well, yeah, not really as much. Really, all I need is these and this. No, I don't need that because I have that on the overall. I think I just need that. I think I just need those two now. Because what is this now? I'm just going to be removing from this list. Yeah, I don't think I actually need the instances indices anymore. Just the instances. So this one is actually... Oh boy, should I save this in a different format? Because yeah, so what could happen here is I have these serialized point sets, right? And I could have two colonists going for the same point. It's not actually, you know, it's not actually spawned in the world or anything, but it's the same piece of data. And or maybe it would be two different points in the same point set, and there could be like you know, we remove it from one point set, we remove one of the points from the point set, and then the other one goes, and maybe the index is different at that point. So I think I kind of need to store these by ID as well, which would mean not storing them as these mesh instance lists anymore. Because really, what do I need here now? I do want the descriptor. I need that. Although I'm spawning all the ISMCs. Yeah, I think I need to... What do I need to do here? How would I store these? I have transforms. Oh, I guess the instances indices is matching up the... Okay, I was thinking about this differently. I think I do still need this, because the instances indices is matching up the index of this to the index in the point data. Yeah, that's why I need that, because we need to remove from the point data as well. Where the hell was I? Right in here. So yeah, we need the point index. Yeah. Okay, it's all come back to me. So instance ID, we're just not going to set that here. Yeah. We're just not going to set that here. Everything else looks good, I think. Mesh instance list index. I don't know. What do I use that for? Do I need that? Yeah, we're just setting that. Oh, we're using it here. When we're removing a PCG point container, we're using that to find the PCG ISMC, which we're going to need to change because that's no longer, we're no longer storing it that way. Yeah, we're no longer using the PCG ISM actor. Okay, so what do we need there? I guess, yeah, the only reason we need that is to just tell what static mesh we're working with in order to find the IP. That's fine. And so with a chunk coordinates and a static mesh, that should be enough to get the ISMC. I do have the save container as well. So if I do have the save container, I actually don't need to find the ISMC. It's one or the other now. It's not both. Before it was both. And I was just kind of propagating the changes from one to the other. Now it's only one or the other. Okay, so that's just going to need to change entirely. So then I don't think I really need the mesh instance list index anymore. Instance list, instance index. Wait, is that how that was supposed to be used? Point container instance, yeah, it's it should be point index now, right? If that's how I was planning to use it. Oh no, we're going the opposite way. Yeah, I mean, this all needs to change anyway. I'm gonna rewrite all of that. So let me make sure we're all squared away over here. I think this is right. Let me just give this another glance over. Maybe we don't need that anymore. We'll see. Yeah, maybe we still do need the instance index just for this case. Yeah, we might still need that. And yeah, maybe we just, let's get rid of point index and do instance index instead. What am I using point index for? We can also just get that from the save container. Well, that has multiple on it, okay. But if we have that index, it should be fine. But we are using that for things. This whole thing is just gonna need to change, so I'm just like guessing at this point. This is going to be instances, indices, index. And then these two together give the point index. Okay, let's go rewrite everything now. Is valid. Should maybe add the ISMC on here, shouldn't I? Then that way I don't need to find it anymore. Yeah, let's do that as well. I mean, why not, right? Why not? So T object pointer. I think we can just do raw pointer here, although, yeah, let's just do raw pointer here. Environment item ISMC, and then we'll just set that. Okay, so is valid becomes if environment item ISMC, if we have one of those, and environment item ISMC is valid ID, instance ID, return true. And otherwise, if we have a save container, save container and save container mesh instances list. Oh, this is gonna be a bit more complicated. If we have a save container, if save container mesh instances lists of that if this is going to be is valid index, if that is a valid index, mesh instances list, data container mesh instance list, fpcg instance list, instances indices dot is valid index. Okay, God, that is just a lot. Otherwise, return false. Can we make this prettier? Can we make this prettier? I mean, we can do some early outs here, but that doesn't really, I feel like that doesn't save us much. Yeah, we'll just keep it like it is. Love me some AoE 2 songs. Okay. Okay. Now I suppose there's a scenario that could happen where the save container gets unloaded from the cache, and therefore that becomes a null pointer, and then therefore this container is invalid. So I'll need to make sure that I'm handling that when I'm doing these queries and stuff. Okay, so let's wire up the get desired PCG points. Go. So we're populating that output results. Out point save container point data get points transform. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna need a bunch of functions on this struct, which sucks because I may want to use this in blueprints, and you can't have struct functions in a blueprint, which is so fucking stupid, man. You got to create like static functions instead, which is just so annoying. Like, very not ease of use. We do just have the point transform, so we're gonna do that. Point transform out point transform. Yeah, now we got to go through and like audit all of this. PCG components by grid cell. We're not doing that anymore. So we're gonna get rid of all that. Find closest food. So yeah, we'll go through those after. Get desired PCG points. Get grid cells within. I suppose that one's still fine. Let's. I think that's actually a fine. Do I use this? Where is this used? Oh, this is gonna be wrong. Yeah, this is gonna be wrong. Because mine are centered at 0, 0. Can't I just use the F vector grid snap? And I'll do location. We do location dot grid snap on grid size. I think that's what we do now. And then we get rid of this. I love not having to rely on the PCG partitioned runtime hierarchical generation. Not only does that not really roll off the tongue very nicely, but it just makes everything easier to not have to worry about. So yeah, we can get rid of this function entirely as well because we're storing the ISMC on the point set. Yeah, now there is also a case where you know, we query the world, we come up with these point containers for the results, and you know, maybe they include points that are a part of an ISMC, but then that ISMC gets unloaded. The container would become invalid, and we would need to kind of requery at that point, which I think is what that's probably what I do for the most part. Okay, so if point container is not valid, return false. If there is no save container, which in this case, I think that's going to already be handled by the isValid function here. Remove PCG point container. Success. Yeah, it's just going to fail. Yeah, so the whole so I have my entity set up with state trees, and this is a state tree task called interact with object. Boom, 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 boop, boop, boop. And yeah, it's just going to rerun the state tree. It's just going to rerun the state tree. So this, God, this is getting so much simpler. I love it. Oh, ISMC now is on the point container. Remove PCG point. Yeah, just give it the point container. Why are we doing all this? Where else am I using remove PCG point? Nowhere else. Okay. Should I just like combine? I think I should just combine these two functions. There's no reason to have two now. Is this used elsewhere? Remove P, or this is what I just checked. Okay, yeah, let's grab all that. Throw that in there. Get rid of the old funky wunk. Okay, what do we have here? Got a lot of errors. What's this to do? I have here change this to pass in point container. Okay, kind of just did that. And make sure that the potentially old point transform at this instance point index is that as the same. What did I write here? I think this is the same one on the point container for the case of two colonists trying to pick the same thing. I might just rewrite this from scratch because this is just throwing me off. Yeah, I no longer need to remove that swap here. Although that is the efficient way to do it. It's a little bit more confusing, but okay, PCG mesh instance list. Can we import this, please? Will you import that for me? You know, the writer AI, built-in AI thing, it just did nothing. Okay. Can you import auto import, please? It's because of all these other errors. It doesn't. Yeah. Import. I just need to import that, please. PCG mesh instance list. Oh my god, this is just okay. This is just Writer is just throwing an absolute fit here. But yeah, the Writer AI, it has some nice features. It just does not work as well as Copilot. Not as fast. And really, I mean, honestly, the main thing I use the AI for is just AI autocomplete. And if that's not fast enough, I'm just going to write it myself. So that's the main thing for me. Yeah. point container, save container, mesh instance list. So I'm importing PCG selector base. Yeah, I guess that's what I gotta import for that. Okay, now that resolves. So we need to go to the header file. So yeah, there's two different cases here. If point container else if save container. Now, the case here is the save container might get unloaded in between this point container getting created and the colonist, because like what happens is like the colonist is running around in the world, you know, wherever the fuck. It might be on the other side of the world from the player where everything's, you know, serialized and not actually rendered. So colonist gets hungry, needs to find some food in the forest. Gonna query the system here. We're gonna load points within a radius with all these like point containers, and we're gonna just return all the food points, all the like which right now is just some mushrooms in the forest. And so he will then start moving towards the closest point. And it may get unloaded. Extreme, 3 Extreme. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so the colonist may, like, in between him querying the world and running over to the point to remove it, it may get unloaded from the cache, because we kind of got like a least recently used cache system here for these point containers. Well, for the save containers, not the point containers. So that may get unloaded. So I guess I need to figure out, should I just rerun the whole fucking state tree? Because that's what would happen here, because we'd essentially return false here at the end, which would mean that the state tree task fails. And then what's going to end up happening is we're going to do the query. We're just going to do the query over again, which I'm actually kind of okay with. Maybe that's not quite as efficient, but it is nice and redundant. Like, it's nice, and we're just going to do the same thing over and over again until we find a point, right? To eat some food to eat for the colonist. And there's all these scenarios of like, oh, maybe another colonist picks that point before they do. So maybe I should have some sort of reservation system as well. That's kind of down the road, though. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I know there's smart objects is a thing that I figured out exists within Unreal Engine. That's a system they have. And I looked into it, and I forgot exactly why I didn't like it, but there was one specific case that it didn't support. And I think it had something to do with, like, the slots or something. Like, either you can't have multiple, because like what a smart object is, I guess, is it's just like, you know, something you put in the world and it's got like slots to it, and like your entities or whatever can reserve these slots. And so like if there's a bench, you know, your colonist can walk over, or you know, your actor or whatever can walk over and sit in that seat, but it can like reserve it on its way over there potentially, so no one else sits in it. And I think I would want something like that, but for the food, you know, for these points, which sounds great, right? If I have a guy who's hungry and he's going over to you know, pick up some food, you know, I shouldn't have another guy go over there as well and try to get the same food. Although maybe that's a bit more realistic. Same with the bench seat situation. But the drawback was something, I think it was something along the lines of like you couldn't do multiple actors couldn't reserve the same point. Like there was no point reservation threshold. I think that was it. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea. Don't listen to me. It was something like that. So that's why I'm not using that. But yeah, I think maybe the default here, let's just keep it simple. And we'll work on making it more robust at a later time. So I've already checked if it's valid. So I think I still need to check because we're doing a bunch of async stuff. So I still think I need to check this, even though we're already doing it. We're already doing it. Yeah, let's put that on the next line. Mesh instance list. And then what are we doing? We're essentially going to remove it from this mesh instance list. Yeah, I feel like this writer AI thing is just slowing down the autocomplete, honestly. Instances indices. We need to check that we have a valid index for that as well. Yeah, and then we do that. Maybe I should make this a copy and then set it back onto the save container. I need a way to say I'm working on the save container, don't unload it or something within the cache system. So I think there's going to be some conflicts here. And then the point index, let me look here, because then we need to remove, yeah, from the point data as well. Yeah, I think these save containers need like a lock on them or something. I can check if it's locked before I remove it from the cache. Point container dot save container, whoops, dot point data, get mutable points, and I think maybe we need to do this first before that part. Oh no, we need to do this inside here because I need the point index comes from inside here. So point index is going to equal, yeah, yes. So points dot remove at point index. Oh no, we're not removing. We're just we're doing this, yeah. So we just need to get the metadata entry and remove the metadata. So rather than mutable points, points fpcg point dot metadata, yeah, that's good. And then point data is this, which is kind of a long, nasty thing. No. Let's PCG point data. Oh no, it's UPCG point data. That's what. Point data, then we can get the static mesh attribute and we set it to none. Okay. Okay, what other checks do we need to do here? Let me look down here. Yeah, this is all super sketchy to me. This could all just get... The rug could get pulled out from underneath me here. So... And we could have a... Because this is all like index based too, like it could change. Like the wrong point could get removed. And I remember when I was testing this initially, that was happening a lot. Yeah, I need to do something like that to make sure it's the same. I need to make sure that the transform is the same. Otherwise, fail, essentially. And if that is the same, the valid index, then we get it. Okay, and then we need to make sure points is a valid index as well there. I mean, I think we're never deleting the points there, so I think that's actually fine. Point data to get points, yeah, that's fine. Points is valid index. Get the point. Metadata entry. So we need to check if it's the right transform as well, just in case things have changed. What the fuck is on a point? Oh yeah, it's just we don't need a getter. Okay, transform dot. We're gonna do equals, so we get some tolerance. Equals point container point transform. Yeah. So if that's the right point, we do that. Static mesh attribute. If there's not a static mesh attribute, I kind of want to know about that. I don't know. I mean, that should never be the case. If that's the case, then we've done something incredibly wrong. So I'm going to let that just fucking fail. We're just going to... An exception's going to get thrown there. And I want to know about that. Mesh instance list. Now, let's actually make this a copy. Well, the problem is we could have multiple things editing this instance list. That's the problem with this. Because it's all background thread stuff, so... Yeah, I think these save containers really need to have locks on them. I think that's going to be super important. Let's do a to-do here. To-do, add locking to save container to ensure there are no rights conflicts, essentially. Yeah. And yeah, maybe this is a function on the save container. Actually, that would make it a lot easier than putting it here. Okay, we've done this. Yeah, now we need to do the ISMC part. That's all, yeah, and that's all done. And we're gonna return true in here, return true. If we get there, return true, yeah. And we'll return false down here. Point container environment. Item ISMC. Point container is valid ID. Point container dot instance ID. Yeah, I don't think I'll need to check this because that's fairly. This will be fairly. Let's just do it. Let's just do it in case. We shouldn't need to check the instance transform here because we have unique IDs now, so we don't need to do that at all, actually. And I wonder, remove instance, it should be by ID. Does this just like maybe not do anything? Okay, F10 is no longer working. Remove instance by ID. Oh, it's an inline. I'm dumb. Remove instances by ID. Okay, so it just reuses this using our array view. Okay, okay. ID to index. And yeah, what happens if that's not valid? Yeah, I guess it doesn't really... Yeah, we'll check if it's valid. There's no harm in checking if it's valid. Let me look at that again. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, so that's all rewritten. Interactable HISM, huh? Yeah, I don't... Am I using this anywhere? Oh, yeah, in my old... This is old code, okay. We should try to delete this. Yeah, it's in blueprints. Yeah, we should get rid of that. That's when I was using behavior trees. Friendship has ended with behavior trees. Okay, let's compile. I'm sure there's some places we still need to fix. Here's one. Yeah, we just need to include that one, although we're not using that at all anymore. Primitive instance ID. Oh, we can't do blueprint only or anything, can we? No U property available there. The amount of things that you just can't do in blueprints, it is frustrating. Okay, yeah, this is what needs work here. Okay, so remove PCG point. Where are you called from? I see. Some refactors here as well. This needs to be changed to an ISM. Or we can redirect that. This needs to change. Oh, we gotta change the declaration here as well. Okay. Pre-ISMC. Oh god. ISMC. Okay. Okay, back to ISMC. Yeah, we've got some boo-boos here. Where are you used from? Remove PCG point hit results. Does hit result have primitive components or primitive instance ID? Probably not. So dumb. Okay. So yeah, we have to remove by index. let's just say if is valid index. Is that not how do you check if it's a valid? I mean, I guess I have to do it the old-fashioned way. If it's less than 0 or instance index, yeah, greater than, I don't know what the rest of that is. That's not what I wanted. Greater than or equal to num instances, then we're out of bounds there. Load PCG save, no longer need the grid cell there. Yeah, so now there's actually 2 flows here. So I need to know if this is loaded. We're locked and loaded. Otherwise, we do all of that. Which actually, the Rain subsystem now has just like all the code for it. Although it's based off of point container. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. So this should be a loaded case, right? Because this is called from where again? Oh, this is for like the mushrooms. But yeah, this is all coming from the interactable hism, which now it's not a hism. Rename. So yeah, this should only happen in the loaded case. Yeah, so if we're interacting with an object, the object should be here. Well, these ISMCs are always going to be, but the instances might not be. Yeah, I mean, let's assume for now that this is always going to be loaded. So if it's not loaded, just return false. And I mean, otherwise, we're just gonna like remove PCG point becomes just remove the instance, right? Delete all this. Delete all this. Remove instance index. Does that check? Ah, whatever. We'll just keep it like this. Okay, so yeah, a lot of things got a lot simpler. Hopefully that's for the better. Circular dependency, yay! Okay, environment item spawner includes environment item spawner ISMC base, which includes environment item spawner. Yeah, let's forward declare here. I think it's because we needed the descriptor, right? Yeah, so this will actually be... Whoops. Oh, I can't have that. Okay, so I have to... Okay, I have to forward declare the other way. In the spawner. Post edit change property. Yeah, we can just put this in the oh, this is a with editor. Okay. So we'll need to wrap this. Yeah. If with editor and if with editor. Oops. Do I need the... No. Okay. Yeah, so that should be good. Okay. Circular dependency gone? Question mark. Oh, we can get rid of that too. Nice. Even better. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that builds. Okay. Can you lay down? Good girl. Good girl. Okay, puppy got a little treat. Oh boy, did I mess things up here. Okay, what's the issue? Oh, there's so many issues. Oh. Okay. Okay, good girl. Good girl. And come here. Oh, that was a nice little burp. Run along. Okay. Yeah, so environment item spawner context. The terrain chunk. Yeah, I guess I do need to import that in here. How is that getting imported before? I kind of hate how the imports in C++ work. Because they like kind of transitively, yeah, kind of like transitively import shit. Okay, and PCG save container. Wait, what is this? Procedural terrain subsystem. Oh my god, there's so many circles. Okay, so the procedural terrain subsystem includes PCG save container, as it should, which includes the environment item spawner. Okay, so that's... Why do we do that? For the environment item spawner descriptor. I guess that's kind of what's tying all this together, right? Environment item spawner, which includes spawner includes now terrain chunk, and I guess can I forward declare terrain chunk here? Is that okay? Hey, excuse you. You're supposed to be good. You're supposed to be being good. Let's stand for a bit. Let's stand for a bit. Hello. Come on up. Come on up, guys. Okay. All right. Cannot access private member. Ooh, okay, good point, good point. Actually, down a little bit more. Is that too low? Feels. Why am I being so Goldilocks about this right now? Okay. Yeah, good point, good point. Okay, so we gotta go public here. And then private here. Register PCG component? Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Nice. Where else? Where else? Or is that it? I think that's it. Now the camera's kind of off here. There we go. Now we got the nice Eye of Sauron in the background. Oh, both the picture and the Lego. Nice. I'm a little bit, just a tad bit of a Tolkien fan. Rain chunk. Okay, what declaration of save containers hides class? Oh, wait, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Yeah, I see, actually. What? What a weird control clicking there takes me to, okay, weird. Yeah, because the class has it in here. I guess I could reuse those. Because, like, the chunk shouldn't be... I mean, I don't know, that feels weird, though. Can I use PCG save container now? No, I can't. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I'll call it base. Base save containers. Okay. Try again. There's a big refactor. We've been coding for like almost 3 hours and haven't ran it once. So we got some thick boy changes in here. Okay, we're running. Okay, first boot of the day, always a little bit slower. Yeah, how am I going to test all this? I guess we'll just test and see if our existing stuff works still, but I actually need to get colonists in the world to see if they can still go search for mushrooms and stuff, which is just going to be entirely different now. Okay, we're loading fine, no exceptions yet. These are loading. Oh, okay. Player spawned. Uh-oh. There it is. There it is. Okay. SMC save slot name. Ah, yeah, okay. So I was wondering how this was going to work. So I don't think we can find or add. I don't think we can find or add here. Which makes sense. Okay, so if it doesn't contain ISMC, there. That should be good now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn off this. I don't think it's good. Permanently disable AI assistant. Turn Copilot back on. Not now. We'll restart. Maybe after this runs and we test it, we can restart. Okay, let's test again. Whoa. Okay. ISMC, oh, I'm dumb. I need to actually, yeah, oh, yeah, duh. I need to actually create the save container. ISMC, save container. And then we need to clear async flags as well. Okay. So let's we're gonna restart writer now. Go back to using Copilot. Hello? Okay, so we're gonna load here for a while. Yeah, so testing all the loading and like writing of editing the serialized PCG data is going to be a little awkward now because we are so tightly coupled with the notion of a terrain chunk, which maybe that means I should split that apart now once we verify that this is working. Because before, when I was testing this with my entity system, I just had a random PCG graph spawning on some terrain, and that way I didn't have to load up the world every time. But now the item spawner inherently requires a terrain chunk to be the owner. And yeah, maybe this is where I need to change that to like an interface. This would be the case for that. Maybe I can No, no, that would. Yeah, I think interface is what should happen here. Oh yeah, and then get rid of the we need to move the save slot name still as well. Okay, let's boot up now. We're ready to go. And yeah, so terrain chunk. I'm only using that in one spot now, so that is good. Yeah, so I really just need one function. And what am I using the context for? Let me look at that real quick. Forget. Oh, just the point data. So I could just pass the PCG point data here. Let me make that change real quick. I think that's a pretty easy change to make. I think it will need to be const as well. I should be able to copy it though, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, nope, I can't. Oh, it is just UPCG data. Okay, hang on, one sec. Okay, now that should work now. And then change this to whatever that was before, which I don't think I copied. Oops. Okay. So this is like context output data dot tag data at 0 dot data. Okay. Rebuild that real quick. I really need to audit some of my imports and see if I can get that to build faster, because that does take a while. I changed one file and it had to rebuild 14 things. I don't think that's a good sign. I don't think that's a good sign. Okay, here we are. And here we are. Okay. 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 Character has spawned. Okay. Still loading a bunch of stuff. There's me. That's me. Okay, here are all our points coming in now, too. What are these red boys? PCG finish generating was not found. Uh-oh. Why not? Why wasn't that found? Yeah, I do need that. I do need that. Find function by name. Maybe I could just do that instead of having an interface. Seems a lot more lightweight than an interface, and that's what PCG does internally. Just decouple it entirely from the terrain chunk. Yeah, why can't it find that? I mean, I literally have it as the same name. ECG finished generating. Oh, it's private. I wonder if that's probably the issue. I don't know how that find function works. Yeah, I mean, I assume it needs to be public. I'm gonna assume that. But let me look at that real quick. Oh yeah, we need to make sure the properties are correct too, so that's kind of a pain. Owner, process event, context, input data. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, let's just do a lightweight version of this. In the environment item spawner. Because like I said, I really only need one function. Okay, we'll check that in a second. Check that in a second. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, we're getting stuff spawning. That's good. Okay. Oh, we still haven't found it. Oh my god, what? So what's the deal here? What's the issue? I literally just had it working with the other function that I had. Finish generating. Oh right, it needs the call-in editor flag. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, so let's get this this function thing going. So this is going to be BCG ISMC func. And then we do, what was it? It was process event is what it was. And then I guess we just forward the arguments here. Bro, can my mouse fucking work, please? God damn. Okay, yeah, so why doesn't this work? Let me go back to here. Okay. parameters. Oh, they need to all be pointers. Right? Is that what it was? Yeah. You'd need to make memory compatible struct. Does it have to be one parameter, is what I'm seeing? Okay. So not quite as useful for me. I suppose... So I want to decouple them, and if I create a struct, I mean, I suppose that would help. Not necessarily what I wanted, though. So do I just roll with the interface instead? Interface just always seems so overkill for one single function. Okay, let's just like, we will, the environment item spawner descriptor, do I import that in already into my terrain chunk? No. There's fstruct on scope, which would do the job, but this setup is a bit of a pain from memory. Yeah, I imagine typical Unreal Engine, just plenty of boilerplate there, I would imagine. What do I want to do here? Because now my terrain chunk is... Well, I don't need the forward declaration anymore. Let's just, we'll real quick try to create a struct. ECGI SMC payload. Okay. Still doesn't answer why this one isn't getting... Oh yeah, the column editor. I figured that out. So that's gonna be fine. So give me these. Dude, my mouse is triggering that, like... Is it right? Is Writer the one messing with me here, or is it my mouse? I think it's actually Writer. Oh man, then I gotta like import all this shit now too. Ooh. Do I just declare this in the CPP file? No, can't do that. Oh my god. What a pain in the ass, man. Okay, so yeah, I guess I don't import this here. Yeah, I guess I'll just put this in a different file. Kind of annoying, but I suppose it's what I need to do. Okay. Does it need to be a ustruct? If the signature doesn't change, you could declare a struct the line above the function call. Yeah, but then how would my how would my like the object that has the function on it, how would that you know, how would that import the payload struct? Dude, I think Ryder, is it Ryder that's messing up my... No, it's definitely my mouse. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Ryder. Sorry. Clicking and dragging is just, like, not working for me. Const ref. There we go. Payload. Okay, so now it resolves. And then into rain chunk. Now, does it need a call-in editor? I guess we'll find out. Okay. Oh yeah, we can get rid of that. Oh my god, dude, I need to fix my mouse. It is like, it is brutal, absolutely brutal to not be able to click and drag. Yeah, I guess we were just using that for yeah, that's why I did it, for the coordinates. Oh, goodbye. We have it working, so we shouldn't need those logs that much anymore. You can stop, please. Thank you. Appreciate the tips, though, Super Adam. Appreciate that. Oh, even more. Even more. Context to rain chunk. Yeah, these are just all logs from when I was troubleshooting this. Okay, can we please build now? Okay, we're off to the races, hopefully. Okay. Let's get going and test this out. Okay, everything's gonna work perfectly this time. It's not. Okay, just stop. Just stop. Oh my god, please just let me continue. Oh, it's so painful. Okay, so I think we do need the call-in editor thing then. Let me switch to my other here. Does it still work? Yeah. Oh god, this is so... Yeah, this should work. Backup mouse for the win. I wonder if we should be putting a breakpoint. Where is it? It's down here. Find function by name. Is that the... that is... yeah, that is exactly the name. Okay, there we go. There's our stuff. Yeah, so it does need the colon editor. Which, that works in a package build, right? Okay, if neither of those are going to work in a package build, we got some issues. Feel like it should. Okay. Okay. Yay, it's all spawned and everything. Cool. Okay, let's get some runtime generation going then. Okay, stuff is spawning. Okay, let's make sure that chunk has... oh no, it didn't do it. Okay. Oh boy, more issues. More issues. Okay, so it just didn't load the... yeah, it didn't load the cold points properly. I'm wondering if we just didn't... I wonder if this didn't work here. Save containers. What am I doing? Save container. In save containers, it should be a pointer from ISM to and it should be, some of these should be the same. Yeah, like these two should be the same save container. Grass, yeah, okay. I think those are getting added. It's a set, so that's good. So for each of these, we're going to save it. Save and cache PCG save with the save container. Okay, so I guess let's inspect the load called PCG ISMCs function. Which we might not hit, we may need to run forward some more. Okay, what's our ISMC map looking like here? Like shit. Okay, what's happening? It's like empty, completely empty. Elements, nothing? Nothing. Okay, so this one's empty, and that may be... which trunk am I on? Are we... yeah, we're underground, so that actually is probably true. This one should not be. Are we calling this too soon? If mesh rendered. Finished generating. We only call that after PCG is finished generating, and I wonder. Oh, I wonder if we're calling it too soon. Well, no, because it should be added. The ISMC should be added to the map, right? Oops, go back. Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm stupid. I deleted that and I shouldn't have. Okay. Alright, yeah, maybe we should actually add it to the map first. Yeah, I guess I thought I wasn't gonna need that at some point. Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. Okay, let's try again. Okay. We'll wait for it to finish loading everything. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I did see it loaded the points. Yeah, that popped in real fast, loaded real fast. It must have been in cache already. Cool. Let me check the cache real quick. Blueprint or C++? Mostly C++. A little bit of Blueprint though. Welcome in, Faro. Welcome in. Yeah, so we are at the cache limit, so it will have been unloading things from the cache. Yeah, so we do procedural terrain generation here. So yeah, that's a very, very C++ dependent, and I do generate most of it in compute shaders actually now. Switched it over from running on the CPU to running on the GPU. I'm going for speed. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're not. Yeah, we haven't loaded these. Uh-oh. Okay. So those are not loaded properly. Okay. Still. Why did these ones load properly though? Oh, I don't want to go back through this. Okay, it loaded some of them. Oh my god, I just went through this. Oh, I just went through this. I don't want to do it again. Oh my god, it's all the same static mesh. Look here. Was it the RNG? Oh man, this is where I had those terrain chunk coordinates back for the logs. That would be nice. Although, I guess... I need to go back and log instead the component, the owning component name, I suppose, or the component owner name. So I can see better what happened. Okay. Context source component. Git owner. Git name. Okay. Yeah, undo all that shit I just did. We had it working. I should have known better. I mean, I guess this is really the one I want. I need to see. I need to make sure the RNG ran properly, I guess. I need to know what the RNG popped out. So let's run live coding on that. And then I'm wondering, I should probably put a little log in here. Maybe. Yeah, I know you don't like it when I do that. Okay. Let's just rerun here. Okay. I'll wait for this to finish going. Okay. Plowing ahead. Okay. That's some pop-up over there. Yep, okay, same issue. So what chunk is this? X equals 3, Y equals 0, Z equals 0. Okay, so we're here. Where is the selection? Let me read these logs here. Okay. Selected 36 points for flax. That makes sense. We do the grass. The grass is running. Okay, so I'm seeing we have a bunch of points here that we've selected for a bunch of different static meshes, but only it's the heather flower, I believe, is the only one that made it. Saving. Save and unload. UCG save. Save. Blah, 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 blah. Save the flax. I guess on the save container I can have a little checkbox for like whether or not it's changed as well, so I don't duplicate saving, which I'm seeing is happening now. Because it saves when it first gets generated, and then it gets saved when it's unloaded from the cache. But if it hasn't changed, then we don't need to save it, you know. Yeah, I think we're saving. Yeah, we're saving both of them multiple times actually. I could probably just increase the size of the cache a little bit. I think it's only at 100 megabytes right now. Okay, then it changed to rendered. We're loading cold points from both data sets, flax and grass. Okay, so I guess I don't know. I did load the same amount of points that went in, but I don't have all the mesh instances. There's only 4,000 of the heather points. And let me look at the. Let me look over here. Yeah, there's only. Okay, it's only loading one type of mesh. Okay, so I think maybe we're doing something wrong somewhere, obviously. I thought we would be adding to these properly, but maybe not. Do a breakpoint there. Check how many mesh instances we have in here. Only one. And this is small rock. Yeah, this should have more than one. Okay, so this is not happening correctly. Curious. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Happy Easter, everyone. Yeah, so I mean, we're not maintaining the mesh instance data very well. Why is that? I mean, this gets called anytime we add an ISMC. We should spawn the instances we do that. Otherwise we don't. And we're just temporarily storing these save containers. Why do I not update the mesh instance list properly? In the instance list we're passing in. I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot different we would even need to do there. What do I need to see? I guess let's put a breakpoint here. I'll just let this go through and we'll check if there's if any time there's ever more than one that gets added, which it's looking like the answer is going to be no. Are we creating like Okay, I have to assume what's happening is we're creating a new save container each time this comes through. But we're literally adding the ISMC. Okay, if save containers doesn't contain the ISMC, which is the key, we're going to add it with a new save container. Or maybe we should do this part there. That's going to be the same every time. And it's a pointer, right? So I don't need like I don't need to make it like a ref or anything. At least I didn't think so. Does it get like, it doesn't get like garbage collected or anything, does it? I mean, no, it's literally a struct. I would maybe understand the point data potentially getting garbage collected, but that doesn't seem to be what is happening. Is the ISMC a different pointer every time? Okay, yeah, so right, because this is a list of save containers, is a map of ISMC to save container, and it's going to be multiple of the same save containers. We're just kind of using this as a way to aggregate them. But I guess we need to like store it by, yeah, no, we're storing this completely wrong. We should be storing it by save name. The save slot name's here. Right? So yeah, we were just storing that completely wrong. And it worked for the chunks that were actually rendered initially because we weren't storing them at all for those ones. We don't do that until they unload, which will be like, all PCG ISMCs. Oh, I guess we need to save them. Yeah, I guess we need to do that there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're never yeah. Okay, I know. We need to add it to do here for like, yeah, we shouldn't just clear the instances. Do save. Yeah, save the instances to save container. I think all our grass, if we walked out of view distance of these initial chunks and then walked back in, I don't think they would show back up. It would be some bare landscape. Okay, let's wait for it to all get done. It does take a while, doesn't it? The RNG function I wrote is just like it's taking like 200-300 milliseconds, which is a fucking lot. Okay, I saw some chunks pop in. Okay, yeah, that looks more righter. That looks way more better. More gooder. Nice. Okay, and then these ones got unloaded. Yeah, okay, so let's walk way out there. Just keep going. And then we're going to walk way back. And I think what we're going to see is these chunks that I'm on right now, they're not going to have any grass on them. They're only going to have the rocks. The big rocks there. It'd be nice to get the material to like fade in instead of pop in. That'd be nice to have on both the terrain chunks and the static mesh, instant static mesh components. So it's not so jarring when they pop in. And for actual like production, you know, we're gonna render these a lot farther away. We're just doing this right now for testing, make it easy on ourselves. Yeah, let's take a look at the nav mesh. Yeah, nav mesh is nav meshing. Although don't know what's happening there. I think that's because there's trees spawned underground and they shouldn't be, and I think that's causing issues there. So this kind of next step. What happened here? Load PCG save. What are we doing? What happened here? Oh, 1 second. load called PC. Of course I don't get the stack trace for this one, which is super annoying, because that's probably what I needed to see. Yeah, I think we're loading called points that don't actually... They never got saved. Yeah. They never actually got saved. Somewhere in here. Load PCG save, yeah. So the save name, I guess it doesn't exist? Is that is that what the issue is? What is the issue here? Insertion failed isn't game thread. Because I'm giving it like a name? I create new objects on the background thread all the time. I guess I'm not giving this one a name. I'm assuming it's the name is the issue. I think this has happened to me before. But why is it only happening for... Is this just like the first time I loaded a save? And we have multiple loading in here, which means they got added. So what was the path that took this static allocate object? Yeah, I feel like it's because we have a name here. Allocate free object index. Where am I? Yeah, the subsystem is where I should be looking. Okay. Yeah, let's just try to, we're gonna bypass the name for now. And try that again. I have a feeling that is the case. It would be nice just for debugging purposes to have that name, but it's not necessary at all. Go back down. Have a seat. Go ahead and take a seat. Okay. Okay. Okay, I just want to get out into the distance here and then run backwards. I mean, what am I testing? Just that it doesn't fail again, I guess? Okay, that's fine, yeah. That's fine. Okay, so we should have had some chunks unloaded already. Yep, okay, those are unloaded. Run backwards. Back the way we came. Okay, I did see something load back. And I'm predicting them to not have points. Yeah, it looks like it. Wait, did they get saved? Wait, how are those getting saved? I wonder if they were... Yeah, wait a second. How did that work? That shouldn't have worked. We weren't crashing, so that's good. If the mesh is rendered, we're gonna load the called PCG ISMCs. But there shouldn't be any when this first runs. When we add the PCG ISMC, we only write it if it shouldn't be spawned. Which is when the mesh is not rendered. Yeah, how did those get saved and loaded? Confused. My own code worked better than I thought it was going to. And now I'm suspicious. I would have thought I needed to do it here. Well... Yeah, when I call them... Yeah, I should be saving them there. That's where I should be doing it. I'm fucking confused, man. How is that working? How is that working? Okay, cache, save, system, save and cache, PCG save. Where are we doing that at? Which, we should rename that while we're here. Save and cache, save, continue. This is no longer specific to PCG. Save and unload. Yeah, these all need to be renamed. Save and unload, save, container. PC. Oh god, I didn't rename any of these. Remove, save container from cache. Load PCG. Load, save, container. Load PCG. Hitter load, save, containers. Oh, I messed that one up. I recently just refactored this whole system, so I should have done it then. Add PCG save container, add PCG save to cache. PCG point cache, like, yeah, these are all save container cache. Okay, is PCG anywhere in here? Okay. Just in some comments though, probably. Okay, we're all good there. Where was I? Yeah, I was trying to figure out why that was actually working. Oh, yeah, I save all of them. Wait, no, but there shouldn't even be any containers in here. They should have never gotten added. So wait, how is this working? This shouldn't be working. Rebuild. Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere that those would be getting saved from. Right now, this is the only place that save and cache container. Let me check save and unload container. Where is this? That's getting called only from when the cache gets too big and starts unloading things. But it should. I don't think it ever gets added to the cache. I think these should all be private. Wrong one. Yeah, let's, I have that breakpoint there. That should happen on one of these initial chunks. So we'll see what that's filled with. Yeah, so this is chunk 000. It's empty. So how is 000 getting unloaded here? Let me adjust the key. How is this happening? Finished generating. If rendered, we load. Which I don't need to. Okay, yeah, so it skips loading because all of them have points, I believe. So we skip that there. Okay, I guess let me make sure I checked chunk 000. I don't see any saving. Oh, you know what? I bet they got saved. I bet I need to clear my savers. Yeah. I bet it got saved a long time ago. Before all this was changing. I bet that's the case. I bet there's still some save files hanging around that it loaded from. Yeah, I'm gonna close the case on that one. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Look at all those. Hang on, how big is my save games file here? Only half a gig. That's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Look at all those. Okay. Delete them all. Cool. No more save games. I don't need that anymore. Ryder, can you Ryder does not seem to be able to handle the to-do like coloring very well. Happens all the time. Anyways, yeah, we need to save the instances to a save container. Which maybe I do need to save these every time, actually, rather. Because otherwise, it's going to be really awkward for me to put this into a save container later. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So we're going to do payload dot instance list dot b descriptor. Yeah, descriptor b force navigation obstacle. Yeah, so even if we're spawning it, we're still going to create a save container. And we're just going to preemptively save it. I think. Let me think here. So I suppose I am going to need to package these up into a save. Well, those are just going to get serialized with the save game rather than in this individual save files. So what do I need here? What do I need to figure out? For PCG points that do not affect the nav mesh, those are the ones that are eligible to be serialized separately. Now, I will need to load and unload those. And when I unload them or save them, I need them in the form of the save container, I guess. So I guess I maybe need to get the save container. Because I need the point data. Yeah, I'll need to update the point data based off of the instances that have potentially been removed. And And I really just need to update the point metadata. Okay, so that's actually going to be a bit more complicated. And I guess it doesn't really matter if I save it there at that point then. No, I do, because I need the point data. I need to save the point data. So yeah, we always have to save that there. That needs to happen. Otherwise, we don't have the point data. And I need that because the point data has some extra points in there that aren't actually spawned, that are going to be used for respawns. Oh, although the grass. Oh. Okay, so problem. Let's rebuild, but problem. When I do respawns, the terrain could change. And so I would be respawning onto a point that is no longer on the terrain. Fuck, man. Oh, why didn't I think about that? So I will need to rerun the graph, actually. I will need to rerun the PCG graph. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna need to work that in. But I need to rerun the graph and not spawn points that are already spawned. That's gonna be... How am I gonna do that? Oh, is that a problem I need to solve right now? Let's just make sure that we can save and load those points that we did before. Let's just make sure that works. And then we can maybe commit what we have. Which, what do we have? What is this commit? This is essentially the refactor for the querying. Oh dear. Okay. Why is that terrain chunk still here? I feel like that one should be unloaded by now. Error loading. Uh-oh. Okay, we had a bunch of errors somewhere. Oh my god, it's all broken again. Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened? Did I get the condition wrong? I might have just gotten the condition wrong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay, ignore everything that just happened. Okay, let's run back. Okay. Those, yeah, those got loaded. Okay, let's run some more just to make sure it works consistently. Yeah, it runs very fast now. Yeah, once everything is loaded, it all runs very nicely. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I think this is stable now. I haven't actually tested... the query system, so I don't know if it works properly, but I have this big chunky commit. 25 files. Yeah, let's commit this. This is going to be refactor procedural terrain query system to work with new PCG point. Okay. Okay. Okay, so either I need to now test all that stuff in here. Let's delete those two functions real quick. There we go. Okay, so find and move to food. Yeah, let's just delete you. Of course. Oh, okay, we recovered. Okay, cool. Then I guess we also want the... There was another one, right? Top tree or something? Was that actually used anywhere? Find closest tree. Find and move to tree to chop. Yeah, delete you. Probably delete those entire folders. I was keeping them around just in case I needed to reference them anywhere. Okay. Okay, so now we can delete those. Clean this class up a little bit. Okay, so yeah, how am I going to test this? It's no longer... Hi puppies. Yes, hello. Yeah, it's no longer tied to the terrain chunk, so that's good that we did that. And so what is going to happen when I run these graphs with these nodes in them? On an owner... Well, that doesn't care about all this. So yeah, the owner needs to decide if we should add the instances. So I guess I can just add an else here. Else we just add the instances. That's just for like the testing flow, right? Oh, I'm casting to terrain chunk here still. We should not be doing that. So we were still actually tightly coupling to the terrain chunk. That out of here. We shouldn't need to do that anymore. And then in here, if we don't have the func, that's when we do it. If we do have the func, we got the func. Gonna have that fun. Yeah, then we'll just add. We'll just add. Okay, so I think that should still work then when we're testing. Well, that'll work for me testing the PCG graph, yeah. That's not gonna test anything else though. Because the terrain chunk is what does the serialization now. Okay, so I pretty much have to test this in my real world. Okay. I mean, this is good. Just if I want to like iterate on the graphs, that'll be good for that. Ooh boy. Okay. So I guess what I want to do then is I want to get the terrain chunk serialization working. That way I don't have to regenerate it every time, and we can iterate on it a lot faster. That's what we need to do. Let's get save slot name off here. We don't need that here. Save slot name. Where hang on, let me check where I use that from. Here? In prepare data internal for no reason. So get rid of that. Yeah, I guess I just need to then get save slot name. It's on context. I think what I'll want to do is yeah, maybe I'll spawn this component. Get world, get crap. Yeah, I think maybe I'll spawn this component with a certain name, a unique name. What's going to be really frustrating though is when I'm debugging and I'm looking at these save containers, they're now no longer going to have that nice human readable name, like grass, trees, that kind of thing. So maybe I could put tags on the component. I don't know. Like I would rather not have to worry about it because that just speeds up my design and development flow, but I'm gonna slow down the debugging. Look at these graphs here. Overwrite data now does nothing. I can get rid of that. It's no longer saves at all. Let me think now. Actually, is it now better to save them more granularly? Because now, especially when I was talking about the respawns, when I respawned, the terrain could have changed. Like, because the terrain is deformable as well. Which means when I respawn something, I'll actually need to rerun the graph. And then I will need to intersect it with the existing points. So the points that are going in, there's actually more point for depending on this threshold here, these threshold settings that I have, the points going in are going to be greater than the number of spawned points, because the rest of them should be respawns, like they're considered for respawns, is what I'm thinking. And so I have this initial spawn threshold, and that is what percentage of the input points are initially chosen for spawns. And then I have a respawn threshold, and that's going to be read from whatever respawn system I have in the future. And if there is if there are less points spawned than the respawn threshold, then it will respawn more at a certain cadence. But the terrain could be different in between those events. Yeah, I guess this was partially why I did the saving as a part of this. But I suppose I could just create another function for like getting existing points, or getting the existing state, so that when I rerun it I can do that comparison. And the issue with like rerunning this is that PCG just like aggressively caches, which is partially why I wanted to eject from the system. Just use it for generating points. Now I do have its cache set to 0 in like the console variable, but it means that like when I rerun it, it doesn't like actually fully rerun. And it makes it kind of difficult to control the flow of it. Because some of these functions just might never get hit. I guess I need a better understanding of that, because if I can just rerun it and kind of control it, control the flow a little bit better. Like all I really needed to do is to get to this function, prepare data internal. Let's do some tests here. So I'm only running it once based on this flag, which I was going to serialize. I do have force on generate, but I don't know that I saw that make a difference. Let's do this. And let's see what happens. Do I need to rebuild? Yeah, let's just rebuild. I don't remember what I've changed. Let's just rebuild. So what I'm wanting to see... What am I wanting to see? I need to see if... I need to see if this gets hit after it's already ran. And run PCG should be happening both when it goes from rendered to unrendered and vice versa. Yeah, when physics get created. Yeah. And if this function does get hit, then I can do something. I can rerun the graph for respawns. Okay. And if it doesn't run, if I can't get that to happen, then I'm going to need to... I suppose I'll need to just figure out how. I mean, I'm not sure what other option I would have. I wonder, like, if I should run the graph and then clean it up, because I have all the points and all this stuff, and I'm not using, like, PCG managed anything anymore. So even if I did remove components, like, yeah, maybe that would work. We'll try that. If this doesn't just regenerate, then we'll try that. Let's just look for... let's just play here. And let's follow the execution flow of this guy right here. X equals -2, Y equals 0, Z equals 0. That's our guinea pig. So we have run PCG there. Okay. So we're going to run away from it and get it to unload. There we go. It changed to unrendered and then it ran PCG. Okay, we saw it again there. Okay. Okay, so it does happen again. It didn't, it respawned everything. Okay, that was not what I wanted. It shouldn't have, though, right? It shouldn't have respawned that. Because it should have called the add ISMC stuff. Oh, but you know what? I think it would be creating new ISMCs each time. Yeah, okay, so it's just... So I need two functions, one for getting an existing one. Yeah, it's spawning multiple ISMCs. Okay, but I think there is, I think we can do that though, is what we've verified that at least. So for now, we're gonna leave it like that, so it only runs once and works correctly. And then what do we need to do in the meantime? What's next? What is next? Yeah, I was talking about testing the query system. The environment item query system. Which is really just my own EQS, really. Maybe I could use EQS and just kind of like shoehorn in my own logic. There's an idea. A new system. Yeah, I think I'll keep rolling with what I have for now. Yeah, but what do I need to do next? I was also going to do the voxel data at some point. We could do that. We could do that. I just don't, I feel like I don't need that right now, so we shouldn't do that. Yeah, maybe I should just switch over to doing the rerun. I guess we don't really need that either, because we don't have the respawns yet. That's going to be a part of the respawn system whenever I implement that. So yeah, I guess we just need to go, to testing what I just did, which you'd think would be obvious as to what I should do. Okay, clean slate. Okay, so, and I was saying what I wanted to do for that was actually get the terrain chunks serialized so that I don't need to reload everything. And the terrain chunk serializing is going to be very intimately coupled with the PCG points serializing, because it all kind of all flows together, right? They're just saved in different files. Let me go through and make sure I have these things tagged with like with what they should be saved as. And I guess I need to save the I'm going to be saving the vertex data that I've generated from marching cubes. And that is going to be on the dynamic chunk mesh, I suppose. Yeah, so these both need save games on them. Wait, am I still using that archive? I forget. I've changed my save game subsystem so much. I forget if I'm using the save game on there or not, but it's good to have on there anyway, I suppose, regardless, just for clarity. The rest of this stuff, I don't know, maybe I'll manually do it, actually. My doggies are getting hungry. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll manually do this. Whew. So yeah, I use this little interface for this. I want to clean this up a bit. Okay. So yeah, let's make a serialize function. Let's implement that interface. And let's put that above init terrain chunk. Put it at the very top, essentially. Oh yeah, I forgot. I do. It's a blueprint native event, so I gotta do that. Right? Is it? Or did I change it? It is a blueprint native event, so... Oh no, I'm doing the different... Oh, I have two. I forgot. The save... Oh god. Okay, I've forgotten which one I'm using. Not this one. I'm using the not implementation one. Right? Oh no. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, I gotta feed my doggies. They're whining at me. Okay, quick break time. Quick break time. Yeah, I might have to feed myself a little bit as well. So yeah, I'm gonna take a BRB. Give me like 10-ish minutes. Does that work for you, Mr. Famous? And we'll be back to do some more game dev. Okay, we're back. They have been fed, puppies have been fed. Everyone's happy. Okay, back to serialization. Serialization in you. How to get the least out of your production. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so we want to serialize terrain chunks. And I suppose that'll actually be kicked off by the endless terrain, which is kind of the controller for spawning all of the terrain chunks. And maybe... should definitely rename that, but yeah, how do I want to do this? Oh, apparently... okay. Apparently that went bad at some point. Okay, what are we doing? I suppose... oh yeah, to do fixed chunk serialization. There it is. There it is. Yeah, this is back when I was storing the height map and stuff. I guess I don't need any more. Chunk, new chunk, okay. I suppose I'm just going to call the chunks on serialize method, right? Yeah, this was a height map, so just get rid of all that. Do I have to cast it to the interface to use that? What? I didn't think you had to do that. Okay, you don't. I don't know. It was... Ryder's being real slow lately. And then this will go into the on serialize function. Do we init in here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so we actually don't need to do that in there. It's already init. I guess we'd initialize it when we save it too, which... yeah, maybe we don't need to do that. Where do we call a new chunk from? From serialize and from here. Yeah, let's just add... we'll manually call init after this. And then that way the terrain chunk... let's also... I mean, we're using chunk coordinate here. Let's also just do... We'll manually set that there as well, so we don't have to do it here. And then we can, if we are loading init terrain chunk with the chord, that should already be set in there. And actually, We don't even need the chunk coordinate there if we're gonna always set it. So just let's just get rid of that. Okay. Just return true, I suppose. I forget what I use the return there for. I don't think it matters that much right now. Okay, so for loading, do that. What else? What do we need to serialize here? I guess has ran PCG. It really just has ran PCG and then like, okay. The dynamic chunk mesh. We want to serialize. Now, is there a built-in? Okay, there is. Okay, I feel like that works. I mean, yeah, they're just f vectors and ints, so I feel like that should be pretty fine. And I don't think we need to... Yeah, if those are going to get automatically, because I feel like usually I have to like manually serialize arrays sometimes, but I guess this one works fine because of element type and allocator type. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see if that works. I feel like it should work for at least the int array. I don't know about the f vector array. But we'll serialize both of those. And I think that's all I would need to do from all the other components, is just that. We serialize those, and I guess yeah, I also said I wanted to do has ran PCG. So we'll do that as well. That should be able to has ran PCG. That should be able to work just fine. PCG save names as well. Now, can we automatically serialize the PCG save names? That's the question. Okay, yeah, I guess I guess it can automatically do structs. That's kind of cool. I hope so, at least. Yeah, we'll need to do that, and then I guess we actually need to serialize the ISM map as well, which is going to be the hard part, I guess. We need to load all those instant static mesh components back up. Yeah, I don't like this map. I don't like the T-map of T-map. It's kind of confusing to think about. But I suppose at the end of all of this, I will want to call... I think I would want to call handle mesh done generating. Or at the very least, terrain chunk. Update terrain chunk. Yeah, let's call handle mesh done generating. And it's just going to reset the buffers that I've already set here. So kind of a no-op. But it does set some of the other things as well, so I think that's what we'll want to do. But yeah, the ISM map, we're gonna need to do that. Oh no. Okay. Init terrain chunk. I guess when we do on serialize, did I make sure that I already... We do new chunk, so we're creating a new chunk. Yeah, and then on serialize, and then that initializes it. Yeah. Okay, so we're good there. Yeah, we just need to handle this bad boy. What are we gonna do with you? What are we gonna do with you? Do I want to store this in a different format to make it easier for this? Because we have save slot name, a map of save slot name to a map of static mesh soft object path to the ISMC itself. So, yeah, kind of annoying. Yeah, handle mesh done generating. Then what do we update terrain chunk? Get rid of you. Yeah, I guess we don't really necessarily have the distances now, because when we calc LOD, we call to the endless terrain chunk to get the player distance here, which we wouldn't have. I wonder if we should like calculate that here, because it's going to be max float. It's not going to work properly. Should we serialize the LOD? Maybe. Maybe. I gotta go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We're better. Yeah, so that's going to be a problem. Guess I need to serialize the players too. Oh, I forgot how all this worked. I forgot the flow of how I set up my serialization, my save game. Let's just go through and serialize, get the PCG ISM serialized now, and then we'll move over to making sure that works properly. Okay, so I think handle mesh done generating. Probably do that at the very end. Probably do that at the very end. And I wonder if we instead just like, instead of like saving all that, let's just do one of these boys. The array. We'll go if we're saving, just get all of the environment item spawner ISMC bait, which but I could probably drop the bait. Yeah. Environment item spawner ISMC. Okay, so we if we're loading, we're gonna get all those, and then we need to serialize the number, right? So we need like an int32 for like num ISMCs. Yeah. Okay, so archive num ISMCs for I num ISMCs, another int32. God, Copilot is so much faster than the Rider one. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just give me all that. Yeah, none of it works. Sick. Okay. Yeah, environment item descriptor. Yeah, maybe we just call let's make this do an on serialize as well. We'll just call its on serialize function. Yeah, let's put that here. Okay. So do the on serialize there, pass in the archive, B is loading. Else, if we're saving, I need this, but this is then going to go start at 0. And then it will be loaded in there. And then we need to then... Yeah, that was pretty close. That was pretty good. That wasn't bad. Register. Yeah, maybe I need to, and I may need to pop this out anyway later. Just this part, really. And I can probably put this on the ISMC itself. ISMC. Should I just copy it? Yeah, let's just we'll fucking copy it. I know I would have had to cast it, and I don't know. I don't know. So that needs to go there. And then we call the add PCG ISMC. That does take in that payload, though. I really just need this. Because everything else should already be set up. It will have been serialized and stuff, so we really just need that. Okay, so now we need to check out the on serialize method here. Just return true, and I think first things first, we will want to do a serialize with the archive. Yeah, we will want to just call the base serialize there, but then there's also this extra stuff that we need to serialize too. And so I think we need that. Be loaded. Yeah, that can just go straight there. Save slot name, that can just go straight there. Now, rain chunk. Do I use that anywhere? Get owner. Yeah, we're not using that really. So let's get rid of that. Just so that means I don't have to like set it up or anything. Render PCG points. What am I doing here? Like, I don't know. All like, this is all... Yeah, oh yeah, this is leftover. Get rid of this. I mean, maybe I should put some of the logic in here, but for now, let's just keep it the same. Okay, be loaded, save slot name. Now we need this guy. Now, is there a built-in thing for like... For item handle? No. No, there's not. Item handle dot row name. I guess we'll have to do it like that then. Okay, that's fine. Wait, do I need to serialize this? Yeah, I think I do need to at least have... I don't know if I'd need wait. We'll just do each of them. Let's do an on serialize here as well. Or just a... I guess, I don't know. Is there a... Can you override? Is there a built-in like serialize here? Overriding members. Yeah, so I guess the answer is no. Okay, void serialize. Pass in the archive. And then we'll do this there. Encapsulation, you know? But wait, yeah, all these should be able to just get serialized pretty straightforward. Yeah, thank you. And those actually go to the top. Relative threshold, yeah, so pretty straightforward there. We'll just do the environment item data descriptor serialize. There we go. So now that's all set up now. And then do I need to like... I need to do anything here? I don't think so. Let's put this at the end. Okay. Okay, and then terrain chunk, we're creating the new object. Serialize it. The name, though. Do I need to save the name? Just to make sure it loads it with the same name? Or is that part of the serialize, maybe? Probably way down in one of the base classes, right? Primitive component. Begin UObject interface serialize super scene component. Okay. How many files deep am I? Actor components. Class name. Yeah, it does have a load name. I don't know. Is it actually loading it though? I don't know. Oh, it does. Yeah. Okay, so I guess now the question is whether or not I need to... I do need to save the class, I think, myself. Right? So actually go back. How does it handle that? Serialization is so fucky, man. It took me a while to get my head wrapped around it. Okay, in object. Yeah, so we have the class that it is. But if we're not loading, They aren't actually serialized. Okay, yeah, I think I need to then serialize them. Yeah, so if we're not loading and not... Wait, what? Wait, what? If we're not loading and not saving. What? Yeah, because it's not like it's going to update this class for me after I've spawned it. Yeah, I think I should just do this myself, just to make sure it works properly. How many times have I said that about while looking at some Unreal Engine source code? Too many times. Too many times. Okay, so let's do that first then. Like, archive. Well, no, I have to have the class. I have to have the class and name first. Yeah? Oh, and the outer. Well, I'm like, I already know the outer by nature of loading it from here, so. Okay, so if we're saving, this is saving. And so we're gonna save, and we gotta have it in the same order, so archive, save the ISMC get class. No, we can't do that. Probably what, get soft class path or something. What does this return? Top level asset. How do I, there's a soft class path, right? I guess I probably need to, here, let me do this. Maybe this is what we want. Okay, yeah, that worked. So yeah, we can't just serialize a hard class like that. Excuse me, hard. Class, and then we want the F name. And yeah, that's what we need. So we're gonna do something similar here, although we just make the class a null pointer. And then name the null pointer there. And we don't do the new object until we get that, because then we need to class and then name. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. And let me look at the, how does class get serialized here? Okay, it's in a part, oh, Jesus Christ. Of course it is. Of course it's in a macro. I wonder if I should instead just serialize the class name or something, and then just do like a, because you can like do a find class or something. I guess it's this one, this part right here, right? So it gets cast, C-style cast for a UObject pointer reference. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. I kind of feel like I just want to do the class name. I can't do anything with this. It's get class path name, but that's a top level asset path. Path name, just an F string. Okay, does this have a better? Package name, asset name. Yeah, that feels better to me. That feels better. Okay, so class name, and then I need to like resolve the class. Okay. It literally heard me resolve. It's too bad that's not a function. Class name, I think I have to do like a... Where I set path? Yeah, I guess I have to do the, there's another function somewhere, I'm sure. I guess let me look for usages here. There's probably a ton of them, aren't there? Yeah, how do you just like get... How do you just get, there's some like load class or something, right? Bind class or something. I just need to know how to call that. Let's look for like a find class. Find object fast. That seems like what I want. Let me copy that. Can I just do that? Oh, I can just find object. Exact class. Yeah. Find object. Exact class. Let's do true there. There we go. That should be good. This is an error. If this happens, problem. Shouldn't happen. I guess it's no pointer. But this class path should be... There we go. Okay, find class, and we just gotta pass it in there. Okay, we're good. Everything's good. Serialization station. Okay, what else do I need to do here? We do one serialize after that. Okay, I think that looks good. I think that feels good. It feels good. It feels solid. Okay, so let's remind ourselves what we do for serialization in the first place, because I forgot how this all connects together. So endless terrain has an on serialize. It gets called. Get keys, check coordinates, num chunks. Yeah, so we serialize that. That goes both ways. Okay, so let me find out where this is called from. We'll just kind of... It's not that. It's not that. I know that, right? I think it's this. On map load and on save. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what objects are we looking at? Save game subsystem save objects. Okay, how do we add from here? That is that. We're adding add save game object. Yes. Cool. Okay, yeah, so what we're saving is the procedural terrain subsystem and the endless terrain. What am I serializing here? This doesn't even have a serialization interface, does it? No, it doesn't, so nothing even happens there. And I guess, how am I saving my players? Oh, I have the actors as well. I forgot. I think I saved them separately. On actor pre-spawn. Oh yeah, because I wanted it to be automatic, although now I'm kind of rethinking that. As with everything. As with everything. Yeah, so we kind of just save it automatically, although I kind of want maybe my game state to be a part of the equation here. Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm manually adding them too. Wait, I'm adding the save game object. And also it as an actor. Okay. Maybe we don't need... I don't know... I don't know that I need a separate thing for actors, though. That's the thing. Buildings. Yeah. Okay, so this is a part of the game instance. We do have game state here for spawned actors. Ooh, okay, that's probably how I do it. Yeah, this could be cleaned up a little bit. This could definitely be a little bit more streamlined. Okay, let's get the game state here, because I think probably game state will be how I get to all the stuff I need to save for the most part. Get spawned actors. Where does that call from? Quest generator, okay. Oh, right, because I'm feeding the LLM every single actor spawned in the world. I forgot I was doing that. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Okay, so add spawned actor. Colonist character, which no longer is used. My project character and NPC character. NPC character, probably not going to need that in the future because that's part of the entity system now. They're really only my project character, honestly, so... We do have the player controllers, which is probably the most important part. I think with the player controllers being serialized, we kind of have everything we need, should need, right? Yeah, let's delete that, because I know that's not being used. Nothing is happening there. really it's only endless terrain, actually, right now that actually gets serialized. Game state does nothing. No, okay, so yeah, I do. Let's get rid of save game actors, because actors are just U objects under the hood, right? So let spawned actors, game state spawned actors. Sure, that can stay the same. And then what's going to happen? I'm thinking about loading, right? So how do we load the players back into the game? Because I need the player distances for the terrain chunks. We need to like recalculate those. Yeah, I think as a part of I think I'm serializing the player controller here somehow. Let's serialize. Oh yeah, this isn't getting called at all. Okay, so like as of right now, I don't think the player is going to get serialized at all. Curious as to what would actually happen. I guess the player would just stay there. And then terrain chunk, I guess, would rerun. Oh, I guess I'm already spawning some of the... Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing with the terrain chunks. I guess let's just see how this goes. Yeah, let's just test this part out for now. Then we'll get into the player stuff. And so I guess what I'm gonna need, the player's not actually really serialized at all now that I'm looking at it. I guess I screwed that up. Or I didn't screw it up, I just stopped doing it. Moxie. Okay, so I guess what's going to happen now is we're going to save game. We're going to see if that doesn't crash, which would be great. And then we're going to try and load it. And I guess the player is not going to unload. But maybe the terrain chunks are. Yeah, I'm a little... Because, like, I should be changing... It serializes the level automatically, what I have here. Well, I've commented out a lot. So it should try to like unload the current level and load a new one. But then it's like, if that's the case, how's my player going to get spawned? No, I'll add that back in. Should we succeed here? Okay, let's get one going. And I already have like a little save menu and stuff, so we're just gonna get everything spawned. I guess one thing I didn't consider is like what happens when I save a terrain chunk that's not generated yet. It's not going to spawn properly. A terrain chunk that's like spawned but it hasn't finished generating will need to rerun the generation, so that there's something I need to consider there. Save. Okay. Fatal error already. Okay, so the data table. Why? Use farchive U object instead. Yeah, what's the archiver I'm using? F save game memory archive. I'm using an F object and name as string proxy archive. So shouldn't that be able to do it? Again, here's where I get confused with serialization. So we have the save game memory archive, the memory reader, memory archive. So wait, what is the proxy archive then? Archive proxy, F archive. So should I be using the proxy archive here? How do these two things relate to each other? So the proxy archive, it's passed in the archive, which is then passed into the formatter, which then we get a structured archive. Let me take this and go here. Does that still work? Is that what I should be doing? I feel like maybe that's what I should be doing. And then does that, where's that serialize function at? Okay, let's try that. I feel like that's maybe what I should have been doing. Oh, yeah, because I guess I'm saving a U object pointer, but it's like one of those. It's a data table, so it's like one of those pointers that's like Should always be there, right? Okay, we're just gonna wait for this to finish. We'll try saving again. Save. Same issue? Same issue. Okay. F-archive does not support F-object pointer serialization. Use F-archive UObject instead. So do I need to place this, like... Wait, what is memory reader and writer? Is this not actually writing to a save file? Where is my save game subsystem? Save the game serializer, which is what I was just looking at. Binary serializer save. Save system, save game. Oh, right, because in this thing takes the data and writes it. Okay, it's all coming back to me. Right. And user indexes, I just hard code it to 0. Its save name is just save slot name, which I don't think I actually did anything with. It's like an empty name now. Yeah, what are my other options? Because yeah, this is just a regular F archive underneath the hood. And I guess there's the FU object archive, but then do I need to wrap it in this thing? Structured archive. Memory layout. Where's that archive U object? Where are you used at? Who do you know here? Oh boy, okay. Serialization, okay. Archive find all refs. Okay, there is archive reader and archive writer. Which is a type of memory archive. Which just ends up calling the statics of this function. Memory. So yeah, maybe I use the, I pass in the F object readers in here now. Instead of memory reader, we're going to do F object reader. Okay, let's try again. I'm using the proxy archive down there, so I don't know if we need to be doing that or not. Close some of these. They're no longer relevant. Okay. Hi, Moxie. You doing good? You being a good girl? Okay, let's see if we can get that working now. If we can just serialize that U object properly. It's a lot easier when like the U objects are like things that are just baked into your world, you know what I mean? And they're not like spawned at runtime like literally everything in my game is. We're done with everything. Save. Okay, we didn't crash. We didn't crash. Now, okay, so I guess I didn't need to... I saw what happened here. I didn't need to do this at the end. We were just saving. Okay, so we did save. The run live coding there. So I'm actually going to move slightly and see what happens to my character. Okay, live coding succeeded. Okay. Okay, no luck there. What happened? Serialize archive. Okay, so we're calling... Oh boy. Yeah, we're getting past all the way down there, aren't we? Okay, yeah, so we're... Serializing. Serializing and... Serializing and... Serializing and crashing the engine. Cool. Oh yeah, so what and so we would have been here. So yeah, we have the class and everything. Just gotta like kind of walk back and figure out where things got weird at. Object without class referenced by. Did I get a log? No, I didn't. You realize item. Yeah, just some weird stuff. Okay, yeah, so we're like in the serialized tagged properties stuff, so this is like serializing the individual members within one of these like subclasses.
property name is attach parent. So the attach parent property is null, or it's empty or something. So I wonder, do I need to do all this first? You know, do all the attaching and stuff? Maybe that'll help. Okay, so we did do the save, and I feel like that data is correct. So I think we can probably just do the. Maybe I should have tried to load this from my like load menu level. Yeah, let's try to do that. So once this is done generating, we're gonna exit out. What I say is it takes forever to do it. Play. Let's load game. Load. Okay, so we still got here. Is this the only stack trace I'm getting? What the fuck? What is happening here? Getting some Chinese characters. Okay, yeah, didn't like that. Okay, let's try that again. Maybe let's not do it from that level? Because the save game system should be saving the level that we're on and then, like, switching to it. But let's not do that. Okay, load again. Okay, each time I have done this, I've gotten a different issue. And my stack trace is not helpful at all, actually. It's, like, this means nothing to me. I can't even look through it. Good God, look how big this fucking array is. Okay, where is this called from? Static find object fast internal thread save. Okay, yeah, maybe that object reader writer thing, maybe we shouldn't be using that, because I don't know what kind of issues that's causing. Quite hard to see. Maybe it's because I'm using the I don't know. I changed so many things. Let's go. Let's make sure let's change it back. Change it back. Run it back. Just use that regular archive. And then I guess the only issue was just that, like this thing here. This thing here. Here we go. And I mean, I just need like or F string. I think F string is how I was doing it in the other class. I just do like F soft object path. Can I serialize that? Okay. If archive dot loading is loading. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, so data table path. Otherwise, if we're loading, data table path, and then we will need to item handle dot data table equals try load. Yeah, I guess that works. Thanks, Copilot. Let's try that. Okay. Nice to get this working before I have to go. Be a nice little tie a bow on the day. Nice stopping point. Okay, so we'll need to resave. Okay. Save. Fuck. Why? I can't serialize a fucking soft object path. Are you serious? Yeah, it does not like that. That's so dumb. Use archive view object instead. Okay, we'll just do F string. What did I do in the, I think it was in here, right? No, in here. What did I do in here? Oh, this is for like... Yeah, I'm not creating new objects, am I? Okay, this is matching up existing UI. Oh, I suppose... Wait, which... Did I have it as F-string? No way. Yeah, okay. Do I need to do that? Should I try the archive view object again? I feel like no, because I feel like that was causing issues. But what about the let me do F serialize soft object path. I don't know, where is the actual serialization here? There it is. Okay. And then that'll do the... Okay, let's try that. Try that. Yeah, why 20? Like, man, 22 actions started. Okay, what are we doing? Are we trying to save still? I forget where we were. So yeah, we'll try to save again once this is done loading. Save. And it still doesn't work. Yay! Oh, it got past the environment item descriptor. Yeah, but it straight up cannot, yeah, okay, I just can't use the memory one. Okay. I have to use the U object one, I guess, if I want to do it like that. What is this? What is this doing? What is an object handle? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna try the... Let's try the U object thingo again one more time. And I don't know, maybe it was because of the proxy archive or something? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we're loading. We're gonna try and save one more freaking time. Do need to wait for everything to get done loading. Okay, save. Okay, see, that works. I guess the object writer is working? Object reader... Oh. Okay, I think we got a little bit further that time. Interesting, okay. Now, was this because everything was already loaded? So on serialize ISMC, we're going to register the ISMC. ISMC begin play. Oh, yeah, I guess... Yeah, we haven't actually set everything there. What are the other two problems? I suppose... Well, yesterday I had the same title, but it was 98. Let's do that after. And PCG was the one other problem. And then I fixed that a little bit yesterday. Today we fixed it some more. So I guess PCG is still one of the problems. What's the other problem? Probably just me. Probably just me. I would love to blame Unreal Engine, but I don't think Unreal Engine is the problem today. How you doing though, Ice Creek? Welcome in. I'm currently trying to figure out some serialization things. I've had serialization working at various stages, but of course I make fundamental changes to my game and everything breaks. So I'm going back through. We have kind of PCG in a good place, kind of right where we want it. And now I want to start iterating on entities within the world. So I don't want to have to sit here and generate the terrain every time. So I'm trying to get the terrain serialized, right? All the vertex and index buffer data, along with all of the PCG stuff. So what we're trying to do here, so that I can iterate faster later. Okay. New object called with an invalid class. Okay, what do we got here? Null. Yeah, that would be an invalid class, wouldn't it? Yeah, I should like do something about that. 9 problems of all of them are Tim Sweeney. Cereal. Yep. Okay, so it just what? Why didn't that serialize properly? The number of ISMCs serialized properly. Can we do a soft class path? The name didn't serialize though. That's so strange. The class path, and then can we just class path resolve class? Is that a templated function? Okay, yeah, put a breakpoint there if we get hit there. And I actually, let's look at this to make sure the name and class path are looking okay. Yeah, I don't know why those wouldn't get serialized properly. Like, there is a built-in... Oh. Oh. The fuck? Okay, so this can't serialize F names? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Should I be using the proxy archive? How much I don't know about it. Okay, so is that the problem then? I mean, with the name... Is this one? Okay, this does not... I mean, I am using the archive. Where is that? The archive... The object archive thingo? Where are you? Object, reader, writer. Sure. Okay. I guess let's look at reader. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there is no soft class path here. F names are unique to each process. Kind of makes sense. What do you mean they're unique to each process? I mean, I guess I can just turn it into an F string and serialize it. I mean, there's got to be a built-in F string serialize function. There's an F name right here. Okay. Class name. What do you mean class name? It's an old save. Come on, writer. Catch up. Yeah, this has an F name serializer. Bro, these look like dragon spines. An F name represents a different index each time the process runs. I wish I understood what you meant by that. I mean, to me, an F name is just like a special string. So, in my mindset, I'm like, why doesn't that serialize the same way a string does? And maybe it does. Maybe it's fine. We'll see. I'm going to save it here, and we'll see if it got serialized properly or not. I guess when I load, we'll see. Actually, no, when I loaded, it did get serialized, because I loaded and the name was there. I remember seeing it. So the name did get serialized properly. It was just the class, I suppose. Save. Class path. What's our class path here? What's your freight? Yeah, I mean, we just got an environment, item spawner, ISMC. I think that's going to be the case for most of these. Flax, that should be the same there. The flower should be that. Grass, yeah. Let's skip till we get to... I want to get to a tree one, because that should be a different class. Oh my god. F names are in part made of an integer ID, which is a key to a global table of strings. That's why comparison between F names is an integer operation rather than a string. Take your word for it. I still don't get why that would mean that I can't serialize it, but I think I can. Yeah, of course, we're serializing all of the things I don't want to see right now. I'm just going to spam this. Oh, there's so many. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, we passed it. Free. Okay. Okay, it is getting the right asset name. Okay, so I verified the class path is there. We didn't crash. That's fantastic news. Load. Okay, we're hitting this issue again. Why are we hitting this again? We got past this last time. And it was because we moved this afterwards. And it's getting mad at the attached parent. Right, because it wasn't attached to anything. I guess we'll register app. Is that what we have to do? That's the order we have to do. Yeah, so it did find class, because then we didn't hit that. I mean, maybe we just started with a different one. That was fine. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's fine now, though. That part. Why can't you serialize the F name table, though? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I just don't get, like, why when a F name serializes, why doesn't it just get added to a table? I mean, F names are created at runtime all the time, so at least I create F names at runtime all the time, so I don't see an issue with serializing them. So they must be getting added to that table. Added and removed. Okay, load. Okay, so now we're here again. So this worked the first time. Like, this worked the first time. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by process. Like that, the very generic term. Takes fist at Tim Sweeney shaped cloud. Yeah, all I did was try to load the same file that I already loaded and got past this. And we're doing everything in the same order. Values don't persist between run sessions, so you exit the game and boot it again and they won't be the same IDs for the same string. Yeah, I mean, I'm creating a bunch of stuff at runtime, so yeah, I mean, I feel like that goes for everything. It's not going to be the same the next time it loads. I don't know, maybe I think I'm probably just misunderstanding the nuance here. Okay, yeah, so what on earth could be happening here? Let's, I guess, rebuild. Oh no, we just go past it, I guess. Okay, no we can't. It's weird to me that it, like, I wonder if it's because the game was already booted when I was trying to load at runtime. So I wonder if that's why it was different. I'm imagining this. Let's try from the main menu level here. Yeah, same issue. I mean, shouldn't attempts to find a currently loaded object. Okay, so do I need to do try load class instead? Maybe that's what I need to do instead. And what should T be? I mean, I guess I just need it as a U class, right? I think I'm just using, am I just using the wrong thing? I mean, it said class path was like invalid and stuff though, so I don't know. I don't think that's gonna work either, but we'll see, just in case. Resolve class, yeah, I guess that was just trying to find an already loaded class and it wasn't there. But the class path didn't look right anyways. Oh, things are happening. Okay, yeah, still didn't work there. Yeah, still null. Okay, yeah, so why isn't that serializing properly? And what should I be doing instead of a soft class path? Should I just go back? Let me just go back to like just serializing the class directly, because I am using the U object thingo, the object archiver. So yeah, we'll try uClass instead. uClass pointer. Try this instead. And how does it, I probably just don't understand how this U object archiver is supposed to work. Look at the writer. Show me the writer. When we serialize a U object, what happens? Byte order serialize? And this is a U object pointer reference. Go back to that in a sec, hang on. Wrong level, that's not what I wanted. Serialized byte order slowest. Okay, this says likely path. Yeah, this is just nonsense to me. Okay, yeah, that's absolute nonsense. So, cross your fingers, I guess. Save. Okay, we saved. Load. Okay, so we're here. Okay, so which means we got past this. Okay, see, there's the class, there's the name. So that does that answer your question, Super Adam? There's the name. And that is one of the correct names. So I guess that's how I know. I have serialized F names before, so I haven't ever had to worry about the kind of thing that you're saying. Okay, and then what's the issue here? What are we mad at? Attach parent again. Okay. But I mean, maybe that's part of the issue, actually. I don't know. So I guess we should get past class. Let's make sure we get past the class again. I don't know. Maybe we aren't serializing the name, and we only saw it there because the ID was still loaded or whatever, like you're saying. It's so hard to tell what's actually happening under the hood when you're serializing things. I mean, maybe I just have to transform it into a string and then read it and write it. I feel like that's really stupid, though. That feels really stupid that you have to do that. Because, I mean, just an F name. Okay, so we restarted the engine, so everything should be different now, and then maybe that's why things aren't going to work properly. Gonna wait for this to finish running. Load? Let's at least get to the same thing. No, we're not. Okay, so this only works when the editor hasn't closed and reopened. I don't... Like, what is this UObject archiver supposed to be used for? Like, I don't understand. If I can't save, like, I can't save a class or a class path. I mean, okay, we'll do it old-fashioned way. F-string class name. I mean, I was trying a top-level asset path because this is like deprecated or something, right? No, I guess I think any package is. Yeah, it doesn't like that. What does it want me to use instead? Or provide a valid outer. I was doing this before. Package name, asset name. I guess we'll try this again. Exact class. I feel like we want that to be true. Then F name, change that to a string. Get F name. Can we just get name? Oh, get name is the string. Okay, cool. Okay. That's how we have to do it. That's how we have to do it. And then maybe I just can't use the this serialize function. Again, I don't like. It's so hard to tell like what. I was hoping to just be able to, in one go, serialize the instant static mesh component and then just not have to worry about it. I can do it manually, I suppose. It's just kind of a pain in the ass if that if this built-in serialize function's not going to work. Okay, we're gonna run again, we're gonna save again, we're gonna load again. Okay, we're done. Save. We saved. Cool. Let's load. Okay, this is a new point we got to. Again, on this function. Append name to string. Append string internal. What is happening here? Get path name. F string object pointer. Get path name. Check valid object. Object without class referenced by. What is object here? Object is even null. Okay. Cache saves. Oh, it's trying to fucking save every. Oh, yeah. Okay. Trying to save everything. Let me. Yeah, so it's trying to match these pointers back up when it doesn't need to. But if I do save game only, then it's not. I don't think it's going to serialize. That function is useless because then it's not even going to serialize anything. Okay, yeah, maybe I should just do it manually. Which means I need to add the descriptor on here, because I don't want to have to manually set all the properties on this ISMC, because there's a lot. Where is the environment item spawner? We're just gonna do this. Okay, so ISMC, what we want on here is the descriptor as well. Not that descriptor. Where's the other one? It's like, what is it? It's where I spawn. I know it. I know it's, yeah, here. This thing. Because then I can descriptor.init component. Yeah. ISM component descriptor. There we go. That's what I want. I don't really need that to be visible or anything. Then we just need to set that. Do you have a serialized function? I hope. No, it doesn't look like it. How do I serialize just an entire struct? Is there a function for that? No, there's not. Is there a descriptor.serialize? No. Can I serialize the static struct? No, not even. Okay, never mind. I'm essentially going to be. Oh, it has so many settings on it though. God, are we sure the built-in serialize won't work? Am I sure? Implement farchive serializer. Serialize script properties. Structured archive record. I mean, Unreal Engine serializes all this shit anyways. Why doesn't it just work? So when we do tag serialized property, let me look through here. Maybe I should set it to like AR save game or whatever. We'll see what happens there. I'm guessing it's not going to save anything that I need it to if I do that. Wait, does the archive not have... The proxy archive has. So should I be using the proxy archive here, then? Let's try it. Okay. Wait, I'm not passing that to anywhere, am I? I just updated that one part. Serialize objects. Yeah. Okay, change these to proxy archive as well. Oh god, I got lost. Hang on. Objects, proxy archive, yeah. I messed it up. Okay, there we go. And then pass proxy archive. Yeah. Okay, try that again. Okay, save. Save worked fine. Load. Here we are again. I feel like we got farther now. Okay. Yeah, we got past it now. So did we save anything though? That's the thing. That's the question. Did we save any of the right properties here? Yeah. Adding, attaching, I mean, yeah, that all seems fine, but then we register, which means it calls begin play or whatever, right? Yeah. And then we get here, and static mesh is null, so yeah, we didn't serialize the static mesh at all. So yeah, I'm gonna guess that this serialize did nothing. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm not even calling it anymore. Yeah, no fucking wonder. God. Okay, can we recover from that? No, okay, we have to rebuild. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Thank you. Now we gotta resave again. Oh boy, I'll be happy when we get this in a stable spot so I don't have to sit here and wait for everything to get done generating. Okay. Save. We saved. Cool. Load. Okay, we got here again, which means static mesh is null. Yep, okay. Yeah, so what did that serialize? Probably nothing now. Yeah, I imagine the ISMC settings are just whatever the default is. Right, what do we have here? Mushroom? Okay. Wait a second. No, we have some data here. Okay, I guess maybe since static mesh is a pointer, maybe I need to do that part manually myself then. Okay, let's try that. ISMC on serialize. Okay, let's yeah, let's save that. So we'll try this. If we're not loading, we are saving f string static mesh name. Well, no, we were doing what, f top level asset path? Yeah. How do I get a top level asset path for a static mesh? I did it for the class. Is it only for classes? I mean, I guess if I do static mesh dot get class, I feel like that should work, right? Because it's going to get the... I will verify this. If that just returns use static mesh, then yeah, of course that's not going to work. But I was hoping it would return like the specific one. Because otherwise then I would need to store the package and the asset name individually, and that seems kind of annoying. Let me do a quick Google search. Unreal Engine static mesh top level asset path. Or maybe I can store this one by soft object path. Are there statics in this class? No. No, no, they're all not. No. Okay. I mean, yeah, well, let's just check if that works. It might just return a static mesh class, which then we'll have to store the static mesh itself, the name itself. Okay, so we're storing the path. We're not loading. Wait, where did my function go? Oh, I did this. Okay, right. So set static mesh. Oh, right. Get rid of that. Okay. Should we do that before or after we serialize? Let's do that after we call that. I don't know. I don't know which one we should do. Before or after? Well, we'll do it before. And then I think we'll need to serialize like the number of instances and stuff as well. Hides class member. Okay, found static mesh. I'm sure this just sets that exact member, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Trial and error. Okay, save. Load. Static mesh is still null. Oh, my breakpoint went away. Damn it. So I'm gonna guess this didn't work then. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that didn't work then. Yeah, why am I like breakpointed here? Oh yeah, static mesh is null. Okay. Okay, and I think I'll just load from the main menu this time and see how that goes. Okay, found static mesh. Null. Static mesh path. Yeah, so it just saved it as static mesh. Okay. Okay. Which is lame. So is a class the only thing? Soft. Okay. Well, should we try soft object path? Isn't there a load synchronous? Am I done? I guess try load. What am I thinking of? There something has a load synchronous. Is this templated? No, it's not, so I have to cast. Soft object pointer. That probably is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Why not make those APIs the same? I feel like they could be the same. Okay, we will need to resave. Sure, new game. Does that even work? That might not even work. No, it doesn't. I think tsoft object pointer is a wrapper for soft object path. It literally does call try load. Oh, well, why not have try load on that one? Is a little bit of consistency too much to ask for? So we did the soft object path on the class, and it didn't work. Didn't seem to work. So I guess we'll see if it works on the static mesh. Okay, yeah, that looks good. I mean, saving is pretty uncontroversial. Load. Static mesh path. Okay, yeah, that's a proper path right there. That is a proper path. Found static mesh. Yep, that's there. Cool. We are recompiling shape. Oh. Oh. Okay. I can see that the settings did not get saved because they're not getting called at all. Yep. Yep. Okay. What are we? Why are we running? I feel like we shouldn't be running right now. There's probably some changes I need to make to the endless terrain class, because do I have like two different how many ISMs do I have on here? No, I think I have the right amount. Okay. I don't know what all this was about then. You don't have compute shaders for yeah, I wonder if we just like reran all the compute shaders for no reason. I feel like that maybe is what happened. Yeah, we probably called a knit terrain chunk. And I should check here. Yeah, I think we just reran all the shaders for no reason. So I should serialize whether the mesh is done rendering and stuff as well. Yeah, I should serialize all those booleans. To kind of maintain the state. Okay. Yeah, so now problem is we're literally not saving a damn thing about the ISMs now. So boy. Which means we're just gonna have to manually do it ourselves, which is just an absolute pain. So like, how does this get serialized? Because like this gets serialized somehow. This descriptor, right? You can save assets, you can save the PCG asset, it gets saved somehow. Isn't there like a serialized script properties or something? Yeah, maybe I should just use that. And instead of use scriptstruct.serialize. Okay, let me look at that. There's no way that's on like was that static? Where did that take me? It's not static. Okay. So we have to get the script struct off the object. Okay, hang on. Environment item descriptor. That's a pointer, right? Serialize. Okay, and yeah, man. So I guess the problem is like, okay, I'm coming to an understanding of what the problem was originally. So we have these pointers that like get set at runtime. And when I didn't have AR as save game, which means it only saves things with this tag on them, it wasn't saving these properly because I don't need those to be saved, right? I'm just gonna put them there. So that's why it was failing when I was trying to save without AR as save game on. I was like, these pointers didn't point to anything anymore, and it was like throwing a fit about it. Because it expects like everything to be like loaded in the same, I suppose. But when I turn on AR as save game, it like I'm only saving save game properties. So which that means this serialized literally this probably does nothing. This probably saves absolutely nothing. Just a bunch of probably like tertiary data that I don't actually need. So yeah, we'll try this. I am first just going to see if I can leave AR as save game on and serialize this. And maybe that'll work with a struct. And then maybe AR is save game only does like pointer or non-pointers or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. So we'll try that. But the thing is, like, I need to serialize this outside of the class so that I know how to spawn it. God, look how long this code is getting already. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that serialization is not something that can just happen automatically. I guess with the descriptor, I don't need to do the class or the name anymore if the descriptor is properly spawned. So we'll try that. And the descriptor should have like a class on it. It has a static mesh. Yeah, we'll just have to look at what's on there. Okay, let's try that. I did set that, didn't I? Yeah, okay, so it's there. So I will need to resave once again. Okay. Okay, run it. Okay. Save. Fuck. Wait, why is this one wrong then? What? Oh, oh. My proxy archive. Oh, yeah. Wait, why is this getting hit now? Because I'm using the proxy archive? Oh, okay. What is value? What am I serializing here? Runtime hash external streaming object base? Oh dear, what? Whoa. Okay, hang on. Okay, yeah, that's saving a whole lot. That is saving a whole lot. Okay, now this is trying to save everything. Thing component, action component. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to dig into this. We got pretty far. Shouldn't it be only doing like AR is save game is set to true, right? Where's the... where do I set that? Up here? Yeah. We're still trying to do a bunch of pointers and stuff. And if I didn't use the proxy archive, it wasn't working, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay. God, why is it so hard? Well, like, why can't I just serialize things? Like, why? Why is it so complicated? So somehow getting the world of this object pointer, I assume that's null. Yeah, this world. Yeah, owning world is null. Should I try that? We'll try that. Okay. My God, this is taking a long time. Are we okay, now we're good. Okay. Okay. Hello, please. Oh, okay. That was weird. Okay, Dave. Okay, what's happening? Is it like serializing the entire engine right now? Oh, okay. That finished serializing. That took a long time, so probably we need to do some work there. Yeah, I mean, like, look how many nested calls we have. What's the issue here? Class is a use struct of function. Okay. That is probably where I'm going to leave it for today. I'm quite tired. I'm losing energy. I need to pee really bad. So let's see if we can find someone to raid here. Who's online right now? No one that let's see. Okay, we'll send you guys over to Brightside Movement. I've rated him a few times before. He's working in Unreal Engine. Pizza Shop Simulator. So yeah, let's start that. Thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a nice long stream. So happy Easter everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I will get to stream during the week if I'm not too busy. So hopefully I'll see you guys then. But until then, I'll see you.